Hey, hey, hey. Happy Monday night. What's up, everybody? Great to see you tonight. Welcome back. Oh, what a long day. What a long day. Tonight, guys, we're having an open discussion covering and talking about new cases we're going to be working with everybody. Thank you all for joining us. Jump on in here as we do this and let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Sup. What up? What's going on, peeps? Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe with me, yours truly, the Dago. What's happening? What is up? What is up? Good to see everybody here tonight. Thank you all for joining us. Appreciate you guys so very much. Sorry, guys, I wasn't live today. My wife has had a 5-day stretch off. And after Christmas and all that fun stuff, we've been doing what you call, I guess you could consider spring cleaning in the winter. We'll just go with that. So I woke up this morning to a whole bunch of honeydew lists that I've been working on all day. I had a bunch of shit I had to fix in the garage, in the basement. We had to take down and put away all of our Christmas stuff. It's just been a busy, ongoing day. So my apologies for not doing this till tonight, but here we are together, and that's all that matters. And thank you for your patience, guys. It's great to have you here. So, as I said on the title today, it's an open discussion scenario, and we're going to be talking about new cases that I would like to cover. But most importantly, what this is about tonight is I want you guys to throw at me cases you think we should cover or that you want us to cover. Okay? That's kind of where I'm at with that. You know, this channel is put together for you guys, for your entertainment per se, and for your knowledge and to learn the things that we learned. So what better choices than from you guys? And of course, hopefully we'll have some awesome peeps come in here tonight, get up on the panel, talk about what we're going to talk about, as always, and take it from there. So let's see. Who do we have in here tonight? And guys, as you're typing in the chat, whatever. If you feel up to it and you're comfortable with it, let me know where you're tuning in from. I always love seeing that, guys. It makes my day to see where these amazing peeps are tuning in from. And mods, if you're here and you have a notepad, you might want to take some notes. I'm going to be doing that too. As far as cases and people go and stuff like that, it's an idea that I have. So we need some new stuff, guys, that I want to go. I want some new stuff. Okay. But I want you guys, like I said, I want your guys' thoughts. So let's see who we got tonight. Tonight looks like tuning in from Raleigh, North Carolina, BZ Collecting. Welcome back. Cluinati's in the house, tuning in from the car. Hey, hey. Oh, I love it. Rowena Moses coming out of South Carolina. That's awesome. Good to see, good to hear. Lori Johnson coming from Oklahoma. That's awesome. Thank you, Lori, for joining us. Miss Cat K is coming all the way from her bed. That is awesome, Cat. Thank you for joining us tonight. Baby Boop coming up from down south out of Georgia. That's awesome. One of my amazing mods, Miss SRB in the house, coming out of Ohio, right down the road from me. That's awesome. Bianca K, Victoria, Australia. We got another Aussie in the house. That's awesome. JC Ann, thank you for joining us tonight, darling. It is a dark and dreary, been snowing all day. No sun for here in Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah. We got Sergeant Friday in the house. He is tuning in from his dark hole. I'll just put it that way. Miss Lisa Hedrick coming out of Ohio. That's awesome, Lisa. Thank you. Kelly Barrison. I hope I said that right. Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. That's awesome. Thank you for joining us. Natural Healing, another one coming from the bed. That's awesome. Natural, thank you for that. Miss Brady B coming out of cold ass Arkansas. Shouldn't be cold down there, but it is. Let's see here. Doc is up in New York, but lives in Florida. Thank you for joining us, Doc. Appreciate you. Again, Vicky Sipple from San Francisco. That's awesome. One Made Nut. Our friend Eddie is coming to us live from Minnesota. Welcome, Eddie. Good to see you tonight, brother. Thank you for joining us. All right. Negro. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's cute. Cute, guys. Gotta love the trolls. Bye-bye now. Have a great night. Natalie B, thank you for joining us tonight. Lori Johnson, great to see you. Miss Cassie in the house. What's going on, Cass? Good to see you tonight. I know Cass is coming from Washington, however you say that. Natalie B, great to see you again. Let me see here. Groot's in the house, guys. What's going on, Groot? Good to see you. Doodlebug Fart, what is happening tonight, sis? Good to have you. Good to see ya. Miss Shelley, welcome for you. Good to see you. The Sorceress is in the house. Thank you for joining us tonight, Sorceress. Good to see you. Sammy Reeser, welcome back to you. Good to have you here tonight, as always. Miss Carolyn Miller, good to have you. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us tonight, my dear. CL in the house. What's going on tonight with you? J-Lit Light Sob, what is going on with you? Good to see you. Good to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Oh, let me see. I think also, you guys, I didn't want to make it a whole show, but we have a doc that I think we're going to be checking out too that may have dropped. I got a little bit of a hint to it earlier, so I didn't really get a chance to check, but I'm pretty sure it's there. And we're looking at that as well. Misty Jane, hey y'all from West Virginia. Welcome to you, Misty. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you. The awesome and amazing Miss Polly Pepper, Miss Pamela, one of our team members from over in the UK. Thank you for joining us, Pamela. Wonderful to have you here. As always, Natural Healing, and good to see you again. I think I said that already, but it's okay. You got a 2 for Heather B's in the house. What's up, Heather B? Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Party of 5. What's happening? What's going on with you? Miller Time 66. What's going on? Good to have you tonight. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Baby boop. Dark hole. Yes. Sarge. I don't know. I was just trying to think of something to throw up there. Wherever you're coming from, Sarge. You didn't put it up there, so I threw it up there myself. Miss Wisdom Speaks is in the house. Miss Sherry, thank you for joining us. Another one of my amazing moderators. Good to see you. Good to have you here. And again, thank you to all the mods for joining me tonight. I do so very much appreciate you guys. I couldn't do this without you. That's a fact. So thank you for being here tonight. And for all the rest of you meatballs, thank you for jumping in the sauce with us tonight so we can spill some of that sauce as we talk about what we talk about. Cindy Kerf, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Come on down, everybody. We got 91 peeps in the house, guys, with 50 likes. And oh my God, you know what I'm going to say. Let's make that match, guys. Please, please, so we can get this out in the algorithm and make it worth it. That's all I'm saying. Please, if you will, make a match. Hit that like button. It doesn't cost a dime. When you come in the door, leave me a little bit of DNA. That's all it takes. Brandy B's in the house. Good to see you, Brady. Thank you for joining us tonight. Always a pleasure to have you here, dear. And along with the rest of you amazing mods, I appreciate you so very much. God bless. Thank you, SRB, for that one. Please, guys, if you have not yet done it, I'm sure you have, but if you haven't, please like, subscribe, share this out. Hit that notification bell. That way you don't miss anything that we do in here. And you'll always know. And of course, I'd like to thank once again the lovely Miss Clue and Cletus for joining us tonight in the chat. Hopefully, maybe we'll see you up here a little bit later. If you're out driving around, please be safe, guys. As I say, come on down, guys. Everybody, 92 peeps, 63 likes. Let's change that up, guys. Come on now. Make it a party. What's happening, Willie boy? Good to see you, my friend. Truth Nation Uncensored in the house. Let's check out that channel as well, guys. If we can start dropping links to these awesome creators that are joining us in here tonight, I would really appreciate that. Cluminati and Cletus in the house. Truth Nation Uncensored in the house. These are other channels, guys. If you haven't subscribed, please check them out and do that now. Show the love because these guys are some great peeps. They really are. I consider them to be dear friends. So if I'm friends and they're friends of mine, then they should be friends of yours too. Dr. Pepper. Oh, you're killing me, Clue. What the hell are you doing? First off, I've never had Whataburger. I've always wanted it, but I've never had it. And now you got a Dr. Pepper shake. What the hell? Or what is it? What happened to our keto shit? What's up with that? Lissy Holmes, thank you for joining us tonight. Good to have you. Good to see you. Well, welcome, welcome. There we go. Let's show some love to our sister and brother, Cluminati and Cletus. There's the link right there, guys, if you can. Never, ever had Whataburger. I wish I could. Stephen St. Peter Jr., what is up? Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us tonight. And don't forget Willie. There's the link. Truth Nation Uncensored, and it is uncensored, folks. Willie don't hold back when he goes on. It goes raw, and it's real. Got to check him out when you can. Show the love over there, too, please, and subscribe if you will. Whataburger. It's not Whataburger. It's Whataburger. Let's be real with it. Just ask Sarge, he'll tell you. Not all. Some people's friends are legit. I'm confused on that one, but okay. Hamburger. Here we go. And we're off to the races. Sarge leading in the front. Cluminati pulling up into that second place. Let's do it down around a bend there. Coming on a long stretch, and it's a hamburger, folks. Okay, guys. Now, Willie's claiming to be a choir boy tonight. Willie, my brother, my friend, my compadre. Let's be real now, bro. Hamburg is a food, not a location. Good God. There's a Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Oh, shit. Uh-huh. Now what, Sarge? I subscribed to Dinky, but for some reason I'm blocked from his live chats and subscribed to Willie's too. Thank you for that, Vicky. I'll let Dinky know and he can figure out what's going on with that. Miss Brandy said, Willie, if you're a choir boy, then I'm in next in line for the English. There we go. Rumpa bumpa bump bump. That's better. That's better. He says he identifies as a choir boy. Alrighty then. Thank you so very much, Miss SRB. Again, guys, if you would like to consider supporting this channel in any other ways besides the way you amazingly are right now by being here and supporting me, and you would want to do that to help pay the bills to keep me going, there are these links here for Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. You are most welcome to support that sense too. In that sense too, it is definitely not expected, but more than appreciated. And it helps me go keep me going, guys. So thank you for that, SRB. I do appreciate you very much. Truth Uncensored. What are your pronouns? Come on in, guys. Grab a chair. We got 96 people with 67 likes. We're still not matching yet. What is up with that? Come on. Up. I hear birds flying over now. What's going on with that? I don't know. Make it match. Come on. Oh, that's funny. What the? Heather, I truly identify as an ambulance. Pronouns, we would. I'm not even going to go there. Willie, you're insane. Come on in, everybody, please, if you will. Find a seat, grab a chair, get comfortable. I love you guys.
I love it. You guys are so great.
Don't even worry about that, Miss Vicky. Nobody needs to worry about that as far as financial goes. It's more than enough just to have you here. That is just in case anybody should choose to want to. It is not that important. Like I said, having you all here to see me, to hang with me, to spend time with me is more important than anything to me, period. I love and appreciate you all so very much for that. This community is absolutely amazing. And I just can't tell you how much I appreciate you all so very much. Come on down. Come on down. Okay, let's see here. All right, let me set this up for this. Bada bing, bada boom. Forget about it. Fugazi. I'm going to post that there. And then I'm going to throw it up over here. Now, if we can tonight, I know it says open discussion, but I'm just going to ask this very one simple little thing. If we possibly can, unless it's something big, of course, at some point, there's a document that was dropped and I'm going to be covering. Maybe we should do it first and then do the other stuff after. Miss Zelda, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Another one of my amazing moderators. After, well, no, I'm not even going to go into that. So just let it be what it is. It is what it is. And that's all that it is. Yes. Guys, I've been drinking coffee all day long. All day. All day. I woke up this morning. Well, yeah, it's still morning. It's like 11 because I was up late last night again. I woke up drinking coffee. I've been drinking it throughout the whole day. I am wired for sound, folks. Let's go build a house right now. All of us, come on. Fly into Ohio, meet me. We'll pick you up at the airport. We'll build a house together because I am in that mode. I'm that wired. It's crazy. Brr, yeah. Can you tell? Can you tell? Because I can tell. My wife told me to get away from her earlier because I was too hyper. Miss Bonnie, good to see you, darling. Thank you for joining us tonight. And looks like she gifted a membership. And I'll be damned if Truth Nation Uncensored didn't get that membership. That is so awesome. Thank you so very much, Miss Bonnie. And Willie, congratulations, brother, on becoming a meatball. Welcome to the sauce. Good to have you, bro. That's awesome. I don't know, Willie, were you a member before that? I don't think so. But you are now, bro. You are now officially a meatball. Welcome to the source. Can we talk about the VR and Pharaoh tonight? We will see about that, sure. Miller Time says it was rigged. Is it rigged? I don't know, guys. Sounds like we're not gonna get into that. We're not gonna get into that. Anyway, the link is pinned, and boom, that was quick. What's
What's up,
happening?
buddy?
What's up, brother?
Oh shit! Did my picture go back to my symbol or my
Yeah,
emblem?
you're up here flexing your muscles for all the ladies. I see it.
Oh shit, dude! I'm gonna go. Hold on.
You did that on purpose. Don't be lying.
No, we did that shit last night when we were on
I'm just
Dinky's
messing.
fucking channel for 10 hours.
10 hours. You guys, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he was live for 10 hours, dude.
So I thought he was shutting down when I jumped off there and I went live.
That's what I thought. And then we were on till like 3 a.m. and he was showing pictures of them. So everybody was showing pictures of themselves and shit. And
Dude, look, do you see the chat right now?
no, I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure out how to change this shit.
Whatever, pimp. They're like, no, leave it up. No, I like this one better.
Well, no, I
No,
was pissed.
leave
Well, I
that
was
one up.
pissed because what's his name was he's always like small guy, and everybody was showing their pictures and shit. So I'm like, well, I don't want to
Yeah.
whatever this guy says I am. That's what these people hear. So
All right, so I guess I got to do this now since people used to do this to me. Here we go. All right. There we go.
whatever. I don't even know how to figure this shit out.
There you go, ladies. Hashtag Woodley Sexy.
Shut up.
Heather B said, stop talking. She doesn't want you to talk. Just sit there and be quiet. She wants you to stand there being pretty, Willie. That's all. Oh my God, you guys. So this is what we're doing tonight, guys. This is my show. It's welcome.
Sorry, dude.
to-
I was
No. This is hilarious to me. I love it. You're fine, bro. Don't worry about it.
literally
Leave it
just
up.
pushed it out last
Leave it
night.
up, dude. Don't worry about anybody. Oh, it's you. Who cares? I don't
Oh,
bother
no, I
me.
know. Well, I mean, I've had pictures of myself. That's why I was like, everybody was like, "Oh, what do you look like?" I was like, "All right, fine. I'll switch it back real quick." But
I like the hat. That's all I'm looking at.
roll tide.
Oh yeah. In fact, I'm gonna grab Big Al. I'm gonna show you Big Al real quick.
Dude, we need to fucking do something for next year. I don't want Milrow as our quarterback. I'm just saying. Come on, good guy.
We need a new,
What's up, everybody?
What we need. Quarterback was a joke this year.
What the fuck, Cletus?
You guys need to turn the heat down a little bit. Can I pet your ripples? Oh my God. Come on now.
So what? The document you're talking about, is that the same one that you brought up yesterday?
I don't know. I gotta check. I've been getting emails all day. We got a new document, so I need to look, but here we go.
Oh.
There's my boy, Big Al.
Let me see. Oh shit! You opened them.
Yeah, I'm putting him back in. I just took him out so you guys could see him. But
Look at that. You got number 1 on? That's
yes,
pretty
he
cool.
does. Big Al in the house. Roll Tide, roll.
That's awesome. Now, what is that? Is that one of those pop things?
Yeah, it's the Funko.
Oh hell yeah! Now, where'd you get that? Did you get that online?
No, a friend of mine owns a toy store in the town that I live in, and he's got like every pop you could ever find.
Mm-hmm.
And he just so happened to get that, went in, and he called. He was like, dude, I got a Bama pop. I was like, hold it, we'll be down. And it took like a week or so. But anyway, my wife, it's hers. She wanted it in the worst way. He's got all the other ones ordered, but this one, from what I understand, is worth something, I guess, because this one's hard to get.
Hell yeah! Yeah, man. That's why I asked you.
I don't know, but there's a couple other ones. There's one that is a player. I think there's one with Big Al wearing a football helmet, and there's another bigger one that has like a football or something with it. But either way,
a lot of those things are collectible, man. People love them things.
I got quite a few of them. I got Tom Hanks from the movie Big. I got Clark or Griswold. I got a few others too.
Oh shit! So you're into them like that.
GI Joe ones and shit. Yeah, absolutely.
So-
Deborah, good to see you, Deborah.
So the document you're talking about, I'm assuming, is for Idaho, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, let me see if it's there. Hold on a minute. I'll pull it. Get that out of the way before
I didn't know
anything-
if it was the same ones that you were discussing yesterday.
Well,
I don't know
and
if it was.
that's the thing. I gotta check it to make sure. I just keep getting hints, and I haven't had a chance to look at anything all day. Literally, I've been like busy nonstop since I woke up this morning. She woke me up and said she's got some days. She wants this done, that done, this done, that done. So that's what we've been doing all day, which is why I'm not live till now. Which is why I've been drinking coffee all day, and I'm wired for sound.
Yeah, you said that. How many cups have you had?
I went. Okay, so I drink the donut shop box, like the little rectangular box. It's like $5 in the box, and then I think you get 12 in a box, and that box is almost gone.
Oh shit!
I think I probably had about.
Now is that a K cup?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, K cups are pussy, bro. If I made you half a cup of this Greek coffee, your ass would be bouncing everywhere, dude.
I've already had that shit. I know what that shit's like. Believe me, my aunt's boyfriend forever was Greek. I mean, real Greek. Couldn't even speak English Greek, and I grew up with him, and it's real. It ain't no joke. It's like syrup, folks, and you drink it out of these little cups, and yeah, it's the real shit. No lie.
Bullshit.
Yeah, it'll tear you up.
Oh yeah. And like you have to drink it, but then like all the sediments at the bottom. Like I'm not a big coffee guy, so I don't really like coffee.
Randy
Gives me
Fur.
anxiety.
I love coffee, but the Greek stuff is like it's just like Italian coffee, man. Cafe.
See that Italian shit, dude. What is that shit? That Italian shit comes in a very small cup.
It's the same as we call it cafe. It's the same basically as the Greek coffee. It's like syrup. It's thick.
Okay, so it's just the same. Okay,
and it's pure. In my opinion, it's pure caffeine.
Yeah, hell yeah, because that shit. I mean, I felt like I was on crack. I was like, woo.
Espresso. It's the same as the Greek stuff. Yes, yeah. Leslie. Mr. Willie is a Greek.
I get it.
What's up, Clue? Cletus. What's happening?
Clue. What is that picture? Is that bananas?
Bananas on a sandwich making an ice cream cone. Joy Bananas. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys sound like you're standing far away from your mic. That's why I was wondering.
You got some background.
Car.
We're in the car. It's raining.
It's raining. Better than snow.
Be careful.
Petrolakis can't get more Greek than that. No, ma'am, you ain't lying. Leslie says, me too. Petrolakis. That is Greek as hell. Yes, ma'am.
Petrolakis. Jesus.
I don't want to have you dox yourself. I was going to ask you your last name, but don't worry about it.
Well, the funny thing is my last name actually isn't even Greek because my dad adopted me when I was like 2. So my biological father's 100% Greek, but my dad's not Greek. You know what I'm saying?
No. I got you.
So the funny thing is I actually have a Pennsylvania Dutch last name, but I'm 100% Greek.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've seen your face and your beard and stuff, and you definitely got the Greek or Italian look, one of the two.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I love Greece, man. I wish I'd do anything to go back there and be able to live there.
My best friend, Angie, that I grew up with, and she's the one that passed away.
Shit.
She was 50% Greek, 50% Italian, but she lived the Greek life.
Oof.
Completely. This is not the greatest picture of her, but hold on. She's the one with the glasses on.
Okay.
Angela Gennaro.
How'd she pass away?
She had cancer.
Oh shit.
She's 49 years old as of
She
December.
looked Greek.
Oh God, yeah, dude. She definitely favored the Greek side. And then the one in the
Course
middle
will.
is my wife, and the other one is another friend of ours.
That's where I'm from. Well, I'm from Othonouse, but Kekada is the main island.
Yeah, I know where she's from, and I can't think of it right now. I'll find it out though and remember and tell you guys. But yeah, we learned a lot from her
Jesus.
growing up. I mean,
Cancer's an ugly thing, man.
beyond. Thank you, KP. What to do? Yeah, dude. I've known Ange. Me and Ange were friends for 41 years, bro. I mean, it was like
Jesus.
we dated in middle school and it never worked out. We just were best friends. We kindergarten all the way up. She was like the godmother for my children, that type of thing. And her and my wife were very, very, very close too. And yeah, it was fucking crazy. 2018, she was diagnosed and she was gone by 2019. And we basically had to watch her just disintegrate basically over that year. It was not even remotely the same person. It was disgusting to me.
Yeah.
I mean, the cancer is I can't even.
And the sick thing about cancer is you have to fight cancer with cancer.
Yes.
It's like, you know.
And she didn't even know, like I said, her biological father was 100% Italian. His last name was Gennaro. And he died from cancer when we were 12, and the cancer he had, which is what she ended up with, it's a hereditary thing. He was walking down the street one day. We were 12 years old, me and her both. And he walked up to the corner store to pick up a pack of cigarettes and was walking back home, and I was actually at her house. And the neighbor come running down the street. He gotten almost all the way home, about 6 houses up. And he's screaming, Danny's down, or his name was Danny Gennaro. And he was walking and his leg snapped in half, bro. Snapped. Like like right above his knee. It just snapped, the bone. So they called an ambulance. He could not stand up. He couldn't nothing. He was screaming in pain. It was like, what the shit? And he was fine. When he walked to the door and back, he was perfectly fine. So they called an ambulance, took him to the hospital. Everybody goes to the hospital, this and that. They kept him. Started running some tests on him. The bone had snapped because the cancer was in his bones. Okay. And it was some kind of weird ass cancer. It's very rare. I can't even think of what the hell it's called.
Bone cancer?
Okay. No problem, Clue. No, it wasn't even a bone cancer. It's a very weird, it affected his bones, but it was beyond stage 4 at that point. His bones were basically like plaster at that point. Okay, didn't know it. There was no pain. There was no symptoms. There was no nothing. That happened to his leg. They released him from. Of course, they had to do something to his leg to fix it. All this and that, but they told him that your body is riddled. This whole body, top to bottom, was riddled. Brain, everything. And he was Angie explained it as stage 5 because it was beyond 4.
Well, let me ask you a question.
He died a week later.
Do you believe we have a cure?
Yeah, I absolutely do.
Okay, good.
I absolutely do. Thank you so much. And I'll explain that in a minute. MIA dropping the first super chat for $5, sending love to this community. And we are sending love back to you. Thank you for that, MIA. Appreciate you. So, yeah, and he died a week after that. He came home from the hospital and went back 2 days later because after that happened, he started having all sorts of other problems. He went back and he never left again. And he died in the hospital. It was very sad. So she inherited that from him. She hit her about the age of 45, and boom. Raynaud's disease. That sounds familiar, Leslie. It may be. I'm gonna have to ask Brandy when she's awake. She's sleeping right now, but my wife knows exactly what it was. It's horrible, guys. Horrible. And it started with her lung. Okay. She thought she was sick. And she kept coughing, having all these problems, this and that. It was right after COVID hit, and we were kind of like, maybe it's COVID. She worked for the union and was working. She was building nuclear power plants all over the United States, and she had gone to Michigan to help set that one up. She called and she was like, I can't handle this stuff. She was sweating this and that and coughing and all sorts of crazy shit. And I said, you need to just come home. Screw the job. You'll figure something out. She had enough money saved out to live for the rest of her life. But I said, just come home and piss on that and like go to the doctors and figure out what the hell's going on. So she goes to the doctors and they didn't see what it was. They thought she had a tiny little spot, they said, and it was fluid on her lungs. Basically said she had walking pneumonia, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Okay, fine. You know, she took this medication and never got better. And 2 months later, goes back to the doctor and they did a MRI and found this. And it was in her lung on that side and nowhere else in her body. And that was in March. It was March of that year. So she lied to me and my wife, though. She told us that they put her on a pill medication for cancer and that this is survivable. They can fix it, this, that, and everything else. She was already stage 4 at that point. She said she was going to get through it. And she didn't want to do the chemo. And that's what she told her uncle, who we talked to after she passed. And she made him swear not to tell us, which he said was very hard because he knows how close we were to her. Anyway, it was just a big, bad thing. And I basically watched her over that from March, April, May, June, July, August. No, wait, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Yeah, it was about 9 months. I watched her deteriorate into nothing. And she wasn't even the same person. She couldn't even we had to bring her home from Cleveland Clinic and put her in a like a nursing home. And it was one because nobody could physically do anything. So we put her there, which was very close to us. And she was there for 24 hours. We walked into the room when she was finally brought back in. She looked at us and tried to get up to leave. And she was like, we told her, no, honey, you can't go anywhere. You got to stay. She was crying. Her color changed. She just didn't even recognize what was going on. And the next day we left to Brandy my wife had a doctor's appointment. We went to go to the doctor's appointment and her uncle called and said that they called him and said something was going on with her. And I did a 360 and flew back to town where she was. And we made it there and she had just passed. And another friend of ours was there holding her hand. And it was like, fuck, you know what I mean? So
yeah, like I said, cancer's fucking ugly, man.
It is. I hate it. I hate anything to do with it. And it kills me.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm just going to say this and then we can move on. In my mind, okay, cancer's been around for a long time, and there's been a lot of money invested in cancer. And in my opinion, if we can make I'm a curse now. If we can make 15 fucking vaccines for something that was around for a year, nobody can, make me believe that there's no cure out there for cancer.
I mean, we just don't have the money to.
There's just too much money. Exactly. There's too many jobs involved. There's population control, but the money is really the big thing. The treatment,
I believe
insurance.
I believe there's a cure for HIV and AIDS as well.
You just have to be rich.
That's it. Is it Magic Johnson that has it?
Yep.
Had it?
Mm-hmm.
And amazingly enough, doesn't seem to have it anymore. So you explain that to me.
Exactly. Amen.
Whatever.
Anyway,
that's my opinion. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Just saying that's my opinion. If you have the money, you'll be okay. If you don't, well, guess what, folks? This is life.
Yep. That's why I smoke weed.
It's right there is the answer. That right there, Miss Heather, Big Pharma. That is what keeps them in business because if they cure everything, they go out of business. You get it?
Yep.
So it is what it is. But anyway. So like I said, tonight, let me do this first and get this out of the way. This other document. 1 second. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Forget about it. All right, here we go. And yes, this is the new document dropped in Idaho as of the 5th, I think it was. Temporary order sealing objection to defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal from the interlocutory, never can say that word, interlocutory, there we go, orders, and a stay of proceedings pending hearing. A long title. So, all that being said, based upon the state's motion to temporary seal objection to defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal in the interlocutory orders and to stay of proceedings pending hearing, filed herein, and no objection from the defense counsel, the court does hereby confirm and order that the objection to the defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal from the interlocutory orders and a stay of proceedings exempt from disclosure and are sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G for the reasons stated, in the said motion, and until a hearing can be held on the matter as of this 5th day of January 2024. Bada bing, bada boom. There it is.
So what does that mean in layman's terms?
Well, back down here to the bottom, and it says, in a stay of proceedings pending hearing, filed herein, and no objection from the defense court does hereby confirm and order that the objection to the defendant's motion to reconsider orders denying motions to dismiss indictment,
reconsider,
in the alternative for permissions to appeal from orders and stay. I believe that it was denied.
Okay, that's all I fucking need.
I just believe it was denied. I hate the verbiage and the language in this shit. I'm telling you. I believe
they say like 15 paragraphs to say literally one sentence in layman's terms.
They did not. Well, I believe it was sealed. Let's say that. Okay, they sealed the motion per se, but the other part of it, I believe, is denied. So it's been
answer
sealed.
To answer motion sealed.
There's Licity. I love when Licity is here. She knows all of this stuff. It's basically a gag order on the objections. That's what I thought. Okay. So, yeah, it's sealed. They sealed it on the objection, and it's crazy.
So, yeah, what's up? Everything's so secretive.
Everything's a secret. You got to keep it a secret. It's a gag order. It's a damn gag order. Stupid gag order. Can you guys imagine? Can you guys imagine if the gag order would have never been put in place? Holy shit, can you imagine? It'd be crazy. Crazy.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have half the shows that we have because we'd understand everything. We'd know a whole hell of a lot more than we know.
Do you think Brian would be in the position he's in right now if there was no gag order?
Yeah. I think he'd still be sitting there. What's up, Sony? Good to see
you.
I do. Joanne, yes, gag me with a spoon, right. And good to see you, Joanne. Yeah, I think Brian would still be sitting there at this point.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm still going with that. They went on the first tip they got, thinking that they were going to find a shit ton in his house and his car. And
I agree.
They didn't. But when you're already too far in something, it's hard to just pull out.
I agree with that too.
No homo.
You said that. But yeah, that's. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I missed. Oh shit, there's 3 of them. Ah, that explains it. I went backwards, so I'm gonna go upwards the back way. There's more, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know why I didn't see that. My apologies. Whoa, who's that guy? Mr. Smooth Operator. Check that picture out. What's up, Sarge?
What up, Sarge?
What are you doing?
Sarge changed the picture too, see?
Yeah, everybody's changing their pictures up. I guess I can't, though. I'm stuck. I look the same.
Or you're live.
Either way. Hey, well, this is the
You're
other.
not
The other
Memorex.
that's right. That's right. There's the hitman picture. That's what I call it. I've seen that
Whoa.
pic before.
What is the other part of that motion? There's more documentation?
Yeah, I just put it up right now. I'm getting ready to read that to you next.
All right.
That way it'll make a little more sense. So this one is the motion to temporarily seal objection to defendant's motion to reconsider orders, denying motions to dismiss indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders and a stay of proceedings pending hearing. God, I hate reading all that. And it says, come now, the state of Idaho, by and through the Latah County prosecuting attorney, and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124 for a temporary order sealing the state's objection to defendant's motion to reconsider orders, denying motions to dismiss the indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders and a stay of proceedings herein, because release or disclosure would, 1, interfere with enforcement proceedings, 2, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication, 2, constitute an unwarranted invasion for personal privacy. Number 3, disclose the identity of a confidential source, and or number 4, disclose investigative techniques and procedures. The undersigned seek this protection pending a hearing on the matter. Wherefore, hold on, let me make sure you guys can see this. Wherefore, the state respectfully prays that the court seal from public disclosure the state's objection to defendant's motion to reconsider orders, denying motions to dismiss the indictment, and in the alternative for permission to appeal from interlocutory orders and a stay of proceedings herein under the provisions of Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124. And that's that. So this is the other part of that part of it. Okay. Again, the verbiage on these and the language is so ridiculous, you guys. So ridiculous. I'm sorry. They make it, I swear to God, so you don't understand it, but it is. It is what it is. So again, that is handled there. And then we have 1 second here. Boom. This is the other. This was the first one dropped. The amended order.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you don't have the documents not up.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask her something.
Took me a little bit of a second there. Gitmo Rose, good to see ya. I used to be messed up on.
Oh, that's a lot of verbiage.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, this is the amended order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. Okay. Make sure it's big enough. That should be big enough there. This order governs courthouse and courtroom conduct and media activities in this case. This order shall supersede any prior order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. The court is mindful of the need to balance, 1, the constitutional right of the defendant to a fair hearing, 2, the public's right to information in conjunction with the constitutional and statutory rights of media to attend the proceedings, 3, the court's interest in maintaining order in an environment that permits all participants to focus on their responsibilities without undue distractions, and 4, the court's interest in the safety of the public and court personnel, and the need to follow all Idaho Supreme Court orders, as may be changed or amended from time to time. With these factors in mind, pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rules I.C.A.R 45 and 49, it is hereby ordered. This isn't a motion, folks. This is an order that has been put through fact. It's done. It is what it is because of this. It is hereby ordered: 1, courtroom seating and attendance. Seating for victims' families, counsel, defendants' family, and court personnel. Certain seating may be reserved for counsel, authorized court personnel, and the defendant's family and victims' family. General public and media seating. The public and members of the media may be permitted in the courtroom as space permits on a first-come basis. No persons may reserve seats. No standing in the courtroom will be allowed. C. Seating in front of the bar. No person other than court personnel designated by the court, the defendant and counsel, and their assistants shall be permitted to sit in front of the bar of the courtroom without specific authorization of the court. D. Entry and exit during court proceedings. Spectators, including members of the media and the public, shall be seated before court is in session during any portion of a hearing. No entry or re-entry to the courtroom shall be permitted. While court is in session, no movement around the courtroom will be allowed during court proceedings. 2, general restrictions and requirements. Security screening. A. All persons entering the courtroom are subject to security screening. No food, beverage, firearms, and other weapons are permitted in the courthouse. All handbags, backpacks, or purses are prohibited in the courtroom, and any personal property items are subject to inspection. B. This is the big one, I think. Cell phones are permitted inside the courtroom, but must be turned off and stowed out of view during the proceedings and any court recess. While inside the courtroom, cell phones shall not be used for texting, emailing, recording, or transmitting audio, images, or written accounts of the proceedings to platforms such as Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, blogs, or other similar platforms or websites. While inside of the courtroom, cell phones may only be used outside of the courtroom. Violation of this rule may result in confiscation of the phone by the court, a bailiff, or other court personnel. B. Other electronic devices, computers, laptops, and other similar devices are permitted in the courtroom for note-taking only and may only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the court proceedings. Cameras and microphones on electronic devices must be disabled while inside the courtroom. Electronic devices shall not be used to email, chat, record, or transmit audio, images, or written accounts of the proceedings to platforms such as Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, blogs, or other similar platforms or websites while inside of the courtroom. Violation of this rule may result in confiscation of the device by the court, a bailiff, or other court personnel. Disruptive behavior. Any activity or behavior which is considered disruptive by the court will result in removal from the courtroom. Any spectator who creates a visual or auditory disturbance of the court proceedings may be removed from the courtroom and or the building at any time at the discretion of the court security personnel. And then they clarify what the word recess means, which is any time that the judge is not at bench or on the record. Next, 3A is video recording, still photography, audio recording prohibited. No video recording, still photography, or audio recording is permitted by members of the media or the public as ordered by the court in the November 17, 2023. Order denying second motion to intervene and granting defendant's motion to remove media cameras from the courtroom. A live stream of the proceedings will be provided by the court and will be available in real time on the court's YouTube page found at that link right there. The media and the public may capture and use the live stream video and audio footage, but are strictly prohibited from altering the footage in any way. And that's what we're going to have to be careful with, folks. That means including zooming in on the defendant, live broadcasting, transmitting, or streaming by the media and the public from inside the courtroom is prohibited. These prohibitions include during recesses in the court proceedings, portion of proceedings that will not be live streamed, which basically in a sense means, you know, if I go and show this here on my channel after the fact, I can't change it. Whatever is being played on their YouTube channel, I have to leave it that way and play it to you the same way. So that's no problem for me. As long as we're able to hear, that's all I care about, honestly. I don't need to sit and stare at Brian's face. I don't need to sit and stare at Ann Taylor. I don't need to sit and stare at Bill Thompson. As long as we hear what they're talking about, that's all that matters to me. Yeah. Of course. Of course. The court operated live stream coverage of the proceedings will not include audio or video of closed hearings, of course, private bench conferences, sidebars between the court and counsel, conferences between an attorney and client, or conferences among counsel. The video and audio recordings may be stopped or paused at any time by order of the court to protect sensitive witnesses, exhibits, members of a trial jury, or any other reason the court deems necessary pursuant to the I.C.A.R 45. The interviews, reporting, and vehicle parking. Okay. News conferences, interviews, or reporting is prohibited inside the courtroom or courthouse common areas. News conferences, interviews, or reporting in the courthouse parking lot or on courthouse grounds is allowed as set forth in the Latah County Parking and Media Access Map. Welcome, Annie Ruler. Attached to this order, any news conferences, interviews, reporting from the courthouse grounds shall be done in a manner to not impede foot traffic, obstruct access to the courthouse, or interfere with the daily operations of Latah County. Media vehicle parking is allowed as set forth in the map. In addition, any interviews, media reporting, or media parking shall be subject to any additional orders by the court. And media inquiries are in communications regarding these matters shall be directed to Nate Papino, Court Communications Manager for the Idaho Supreme Court at that link there, and phone number or Latah County District Court at that link there. By phone at that number there. ICR 4549. All other provisions of Idaho Court Administrative Rules 45 and 49 apply, and any authorization under this order may be revoked at any time without prior notice. Security, courthouse area security officers may quiet or disperse members of the public or the media so as to not hinder other members of the public. Latah County employees and court staff from accessing the building, the district clerk's office, and any other courtrooms or offices in the building. Disruptive behavior, again, any activity or behavior which is considered disruptive by the court will result in removal. Any spectator who creates a visual or auditory disturbance of the court proceedings may be removed from the courtroom and or the building at any time at the discretion of court security personnel. Violations of this order may subject the violator to a charge of contempt. The clerk of the court shall post this order at conspicuous locations within the courthouse and provide copies to all interested parties. All right. And there's your map for the parking and all that fun stuff. And they have it all blocked off. Not that it matters to any of us unless we're going, but this is how it's all color coordinated and all that, and blocked off for everybody to see where and what they can do. No media is allowed in this pink area here. Designated media cameras go right here in the green areas. Okay. No employee or media is all this stuff here. And the employee in public parking is in yellow. I love it. And I do believe, folks, that's all. Boom. So what do you think, fellas? Sarge, Willie, what are your thoughts on all this?
I want a seat in that
I'm
courtroom.
cool with it. As long as we get to, hear everything like you said.
Yep. And what did you say, Sarge? You want a seat what?
I want a seat in that courtroom so I could just rip one long ass, dirty, loud fart and see that judge banging his gavel looking around the courtroom yelling, "Who did that?"
That would be quite interesting. And no, there's no date set yet, Heather, that I saw. So, God knows we need one. We really do.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think the rules he's laying out are that, there's nothing special really about them.
No,
they're pretty much the same no matter what.
it makes me wonder though if somebody was acting out or something as to why he had to put these into play, because like that's pretty standardized shit, you know.
Yeah.
I wonder what'll happen if he allows laptops for note taking, but these laptops now have built-in cams.
Yes, they do.
You got to wonder
Exactly.
if people are going to be in there and surreptitiously. That's a nice word, right?
Yeah,
Surreptitiously
There you
record the proceeding.
right, right.
And if all they do is take your phone, I'd get a burner phone and try to sneak a little recording in.
You got
Well,
to
you
go
know,
through the metal detector though. You're not passing.
They're gonna be watching that, dude. They're gonna be watching that hard, I think.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of spy shit you can get. Spy glasses.
You put them on your
there
the
you go.
glasses if you want to, but if you
Who
get caught,
wants to go to jail for that though?
that's what I'm saying
Hey,
anyway.
all they do is confiscate them. So whatever.
Now there's a
Hey.
hearing set for the 26th that we knew about already, so maybe they'll be setting a date that day. I'm hoping, possibly. God knows, it would be wonderful to know a date, but at the same time, once we get a date and we lock that into our brains, we're gonna go nuts until that date comes. You guys know that, so
Is my volume low?
It was.
yeah, it was, but you sound okay now. Let me check it. There you go.
How's that?
Yeah, you sound good. You're good.
All right. You know, I was talking to Clue earlier because I had watched a different stream. And it dawned on me that I think I understand this car issue. And I really believe there was no car involved in this crime.
I'm right there with you.
Here's
Go
why
ahead.
I say that. Here's why I say that.
I'd love to hear
When
it.
they described originally a 2011 to the 2013 Hyundai Elantra,
Right.
I suspect that identification was made because a camera located next door, a light bulb cam, picked up that vehicle, and the FBI originally used that to determine 11 to 13.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And later, you'll see the motion from Ann stating that they gave her a video or a photo from Ridge Road of a car going the wrong way at the wrong time.
That's
I
right.
believe that particular information was used to support that it was a 2015. But it's not matching. It's not going to match the camera on the corner of Queen and King Road. I think it's 1118, whatever the address is. But you guys know what I mean by that light bulb camera. That image is going to be different than the Ridge Road image. That's where I think she's going to nail him.
Okay.
Because I can't foresee any situation under which any car guy, I don't care with the FBI, I don't care if you're just, I drink 6 packs of beer every 45 minutes and I'm in the car guy. Okay. You are not going to mistake a model year of a vehicle if you're looking to understand what it is. It's just not possible for somebody that's into cars to do that.
Exactly.
Meaning that the 2011 to 13 was actually the car that they have in that neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay. And the 2015 was a car somewhere in a different part of that area that's got nothing, no proximity to the home itself. Right. It's blocks and blocks and blocks away. That's going to be a huge problem, I think, for the prosecution.
Right. And here's my thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, please. I've been thinking about this too, since we're talking about car right now. The FBI themselves, they have experts that work within the bureau that handle specific things. It's not just a regular FBI agent that comes in and says, okay, that was the car, moving on, let's go to something different. There are people that specialize in what that is, identifying specific vehicles and types of vehicles and things like that, to the point that they're experts. They look at this car and go, okay, that's what this is, that's what that is, that's what this is, without having to look at it more than once or twice. Okay. So I can't believe that they didn't use somebody like that to identify this vehicle.
No, they said they did. They said they used the FBI in identifying the vehicle.
Yes.
Yeah, but that person's going to be cross-examined by Ann, and like, now what? Are they going to explain it down on why they were wrong?
I think they haven't given the discovery to show Ann the vehicle that they had on King and Queen Road in that 3-point turn. That's going to be a crucial piece of data that if she doesn't have that, any video footage of that, then that's being suppressed. The prosecution is most likely lying.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So when you read the PCA and the data that's been released to us, they seem to give us this very, very well laid out course of events that this vehicle made. And I want people to understand this. There's only certain small specific details that can tell cars apart by year. So
Yeah.
I'm a Corvette guy. From 1978 to 1982 is a model year grouping of Corvettes. The
Right.
commonality to them is the back end and the rear window. So from the back, you could not tell a 78 to an 82 Corvette apart. However, in a profile view, the front fascia's attachment to the front fender by the front wheels are different, extraordinarily so. So that in general view, the vehicles are exactly the same. But the front fascia change from 1980 to 1982 completely separates it from a 78 or a 79. And there's no way a professional man looking at a Honda or a Corvette would miss that if that view was offered him. As a matter of fact, the view would have to have been offered the person for him to say 11 to 13. He must have had eyes on, because on the rear bumper, that's the only difference on that vehicle that certainly tells you 11 to 13, and then 14 to 16, and then 17 to 20. That rear bumper's it's just unambiguous. If you see it, you can decide what year that car is. And I suspect that was done. That is the way he identified the vehicle, and he did it from the camera. But in Ann's discussion of the vehicle, where she says, did the car come first or the DNA? What came first argument? She states clearly that the images she was given show a vehicle on Ridge Road going the wrong way at the wrong time. Well, where the hell are the images from King and Queen Road?
Right. Exactly.
Where? Those are never mentioned in anything she says or anything they say. I can't believe. I think what happened, folks, is the FBI guy made a determination based on that camera in that area, right near the house, and then they found an image somewhere else to support the idea that it was Brian Koberger, because the image somewhere else they're trying to say shows that he was in the area.
Oh,
do you know what I mean?
That's a good point. Where is this other somewhere else though? That's the problem. That's the question.
Ridge Road.
Okay.
Going the wrong way at the wrong time. She was told they relied heavily upon this photo to identify the vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm telling you, there's got to be other images of that vehicle that gave the FBI team, the guy that did that, the absolute certainty that it was an 11 to a 13. If it wasn't, he would have said 2011 to 2020.
Yes.
If there, so just like with the Corvette example, from 78 to 82, they're the same. If he wasn't given a view that didn't include any part of the front fascia or side view of the front fenders, then the FBI agent would have said that year, make, model of Corvette was created in 1978, as denoted by the rear window, because they're called bubble vets. The rear window's a bubble, right?
Yep. Yes.
The other vets before that were all straight up and down windows.
Right.
So he would have given you the grouping of the entire series of vets that had that rear window, 78 to 82. He didn't do that in this case. He said 11 to 13, which tells you that he saw something specific that could only identify that year. And I don't think you're going to find that to be the Ridge Road picture. The Ridge Road picture is going to be a 2015.
So we have two different cars.
Yes. I don't think there was any car that brought anybody there to kill anybody.
Well, there's two suspect vehicles.
That's it makes me wonder then, if you go back to that whole suspect vehicle 1, maybe. We've never heard of suspect vehicle 2, but I've always said that, and I agree with you, Sarge. I don't think that car was there. I may be wrong, folks, and if I am, then I am.
No, I believe those cars were there. I just don't think that the cars that they're showing you in the car and the images they're depending on had anything to do with the crime.
That's what I mean. I mean, I don't think. Okay. Yeah, I know that the cars were there because they have the video proof. I'm saying, I don't think it has any. That would make thousands. Like, everything makes sense as to why there's nothing in that car, because it wasn't there. That's why. Okay.
And the car wasn't used. No. Yeah. It was part of the crime. That car's they're showing you an 11 to a 13 going through Linda Lane. I guarantee it. That
Right.
car is not a 2015. That is a Hyundai Elantra. It is going to be white, and I suggested it's going to be the 11 to 13 model.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. However, they ignored that information when they found Brian Kohlberger's phone pings, and then they found a car, a 15, up on Ridge Road.
Yeah.
And then they got their tunnel vision. And then they started going after Kohlberger. And then when they we can get to the DNA another time. But that whole scenario, I think, is through tunnel vision by the police. And I think they selectively are adding evidence to support their point rather than all the evidence to show whether if it's exculpatory. If the car in that neighborhood is an 11 to a 13, it can't be Brian.
Right.
Bingo.
Right.
Yes.
And they're not supplying that to the defense.
No, I agree. And CL says they didn't turn over the images to the FBI, in my opinion. Only the one location that AT refers to.
No.
And then Terry says, should they have taken tire tread cast?
Where's that?
That's rough.
What was that? What's that big buzz?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Hold on, let me see something.
Might be the government trying to mute us.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it was coming from. It's coming from Golf Inspector. I just muted it for a
It's
second.
Judge.
Welcome,
Right, but
Golf.
you tell me that car in that neighborhood is an 11 to a 13. The one on Linda Lane and all the associated clips to that particular vehicle is going to be an 11 to 13. And the FBI absolutely did identify that vehicle. And the vehicle they reported as 11 or 13, that data came from an expert at the FBI. The 2015 came out way after, and we didn't know until after they even arrested Kohlberger. They never amended the identification of that vehicle.
Right.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Right?
Even when they knew it, they told us the wrong year. Remember that. They knew the correct year. They knew that it was 2015, but they still came out and told the public it was 2011, 2013. But they knew 2 days prior that it was 2015. So who the hell knows, man?
No, I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that. It was always been a 15. I'm pointing out the camera coverages they have where they're making all these arguments about the routes and all of this driving around in the freaking Linda Lane. That vehicle is going to be an 11 to a 13. The one that they're claiming is Kohlberger's 2015 is on Ridge Road down Willinta Drive, going the wrong way in the wrong direction. That to me may be part of what they did to change the year. But I suspect strongly the original determination was done by a professional based on the cameras near the house.
Okay.
And he got it right. 11 to 13. They probably supplied the FBI agent with that other video, the other image, and he goes, yeah, that could be a 15 in that image right there.
Okay. CL again says problem with the FBI expert is that he changed the car year to 2011 between 2016.
After
the fact, yeah.
After the fact.
And
Yeah,
hold on, that's hearsay because it's not in quotations in the PCA. And I've been saying this all along, by the way.
Yeah.
And Sarge knows that about the car. He knew that it was this 2011 to 2013 car.
Yeah.
It's just in the PCA. It's not in quotation. Hence, the FBI never said what they said. Sergeant, whoever wrote the PCA, did that. I spoke to the blah, blah, blah FBI, and they told me that he could have made a mistake or whatever it's worded.
Because I suspect what they're doing is suppressing the evidence of actual vehicle in the area near the house.
And honestly, that doesn't mean that Brian couldn't have been in the other car. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, that's true too. But
It's like they're just hell bent on this one vehicle, and also it could be the reason we see suspect vehicle 1 in this PCA. We don't know, but
just to clarify for people in chat, the year of Brian's actual car. We know that for a fact.
2015, isn't it?
15, I thought. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure everybody agrees on that. So yeah, JC, it's a 15.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you, Sarge. Yeah. That, and I just don't. This is where I get confused with this whole car thing, and I have always. I don't understand why it, and I don't get what they're doing with this. That's what my problem has been with it.
I never glossed over that fact that the FBI, specifically with the 30-year experience, pointed out the years and that make and model is very significant in what
Right.
it looks like.
Right.
Right.
Unfortunately, but as I say,
You got your mic too close to something, making it feedback. Golf.
Yeah.
I have a
The
sheet.
whole room is
Let me
buzzing.
run it through my computer.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say I had that muted a few minutes ago. What's up, Clue and Cletus? What's going on tonight?
Sorry.
Oh, you're okay.
We were
Sorry, not sorry is what she meant to say.
We were in the car because I got a new puppy.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
What kind?
cool.
What is it?
It's a Shih Tzu, just like the other one, except this one's chocolate.
And a girl.
A shit suit.
You gonna make puppy babies then?
Yeah.
It's like a
That's the
camp.
intent.
There
You got to
go.
name this one shit and the other one Sue.
Now we're gonna name it John because it's a bitch. Sorry.
Anyway,
Can I ask,
Anyway, yeah. Enough of that guy.
A whole
So,
lot of
But
fish.
does that make sense?
can I
When-
ask
when it-
something though?
When it comes to the cops, there's that what's her name? Truth and Transparency was showing that these
Mhm.
cops were making allegations with no supporting evidence and phone locations and phone calls. And that case where that murder of the doctor was shot through the window.
Oh, yeah.
supposedly, right?
oh yeah, the
She was
doctor
showing
saw
today documentation of how she actually has the phone records that she got a FOIA on or something. And you
Yes.
could see that when they claim something happened at whatever X time, it wasn't supported by the actual facts.
Yep.
Yeah,
And so
right.
what
They
I'm
called the
saying
chick.
here is those same cops worked this case. And I suggest that the FBI was given photos from cameras in the neighborhood of the 1122 home that showed the rear bumper, and that's why he made that decision. Later on, when they show him another picture from Ridge Road, he amends it. They actually do the amending for him, right? Isn't that what you were pointing out, Golf?
Yeah, they do.
So-
And it sounds like they're describing two separate vehicles, in fact. But as I say,
But that's exculpatory.
I
like-
know
like-
that the problem
know?
with that, it's the wrong make and model of Brian's car. So what they put in that PCA is too much information, just like John claims it to be. They shouldn't have put all that information in there, and we would
Yeah,
have
well,
not
we've all said
Right.
that.
you
Yeah,
know
this
what I
is
mean?
way too much. Way
Yeah.
too much.
But can I just say something about, because you guys
Yeah.
glossed over the fact that whole ruling that Judd just put out there, and that in fact scares me, because let's look at the scenario where he says, okay, due to this and this, I'm going to stop streaming this altogether because you guys can't, and what happens then? They can't Twitter, they can't do anything. We are going to be locked out of that courtroom. And if you read between the lines of everything, they can just throw people out like nothing.
Oh yeah, that's
And
bad.
that is scary to me,
Yeah, if
because
you guys
there is
didn't gather that-
absolutely no transparency.
Can I say
Well,
something though? This is
If
the
you
only
look at the whole reason he agreed to that, it's because the witnesses may be worried about testifying
Mhm.
in front of a camera. And in my opinion, I don't care. I don't care if you're scared. I don't care if you're timid. I don't care if you're shy. You're a part of the case, whether you want to be or not.
Yeah. So was Dahmer's victims, but they sat up there and talked in front of a camera, didn't they?
This is the
Right.
only good reason you have media, just so you know. If that were to happen, this would be the only thing the media will do, and they will do it, that we benefit from. They would go buck wire flying cases against that judge immediately. If they start locking that courtroom down so people can't be in there or can't record what's going on.
Mhm.
That I
And
know
that's-
he's saying that he has the power to do that, but I'm telling you, if he exercises it, every mainstream media news, they're going to join a class action lawsuit against this guy.
I
Oh,
hope so.
yeah. But
And it,
Oh,
and
yeah.
it doesn't read too good in my opinion, as far as transparency goes. So I don't think we should just gloss over that fact. Like,
no.
it sounds
of
good
course
because we get to see it, right?
not. Right.
But
And
no,
here's the thing.
imagine the day when we won't, and that sucks.
I agree.
Yeah.
Illicit says that they can publish the courtroom videos after it happens, though, if they don't allow. But here's the thing: we're not going to. I just feel like if they want to cut something out of that, they're going to cut something out of that. We're not going to get it live. We're not going to get if there's something that was said that they don't want the public to see or hear, they have the ability to clip that. And we didn't get that. We don't know that one piece. You know what I mean? That's something that bothers me about this, and I'm just not comfortable with that at all. So,
Well, we're supposed to get it live though.
we're supposed to, but like
Yeah.
she just said, though, if he were to stop that for whatever reason,
Oh, yeah,
somebody
yeah.
does something wrong, and then they'll okay, we'll bring it to you folks after the fact because now we're going to shut it down.
Right.
In my opinion, I'm a little nervous, and I'm worried that if we get it that way, that there's going to be things that they could clip out of that we want to see.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
all I'm saying.
the media can, after the fact, obviously go outside and tweet about it and
Yeah,
say what happened, but it's still a point where if they do a lockdown on that,
yeah,
and it seems to me like they're getting ready to, because of all the rules and restrictions, and every time there is like more and more, and it doesn't read well to me. I'm sorry.
exactly. I
When it comes
agree.
to transparency.
They don't. I don't think, and I agree with Summer. I don't think they give two shits about transparency. It doesn't matter to them, and it probably shouldn't because it's in all reality, really not our business, but it is.
No. Court
is.
is supposed. There is no such thing, Dago. Court is supposed to be transparent. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no. I agree with you. That's why I said it like that. I said,
Yeah.
they see things as in it's not our business, but it is our business as the public because we have the right to see and to experience what the judicial system experience is. We need to see that as we the people.
But they're quick to ask for our help, though, aren't they?
Well,
Well,
yeah,
I saw a clip.
That's
I'm
cool,
not
though.
going to mention. I won't mention the creator's name, but they explained the basis of a grand jury. And the basis of the grand jury came about in England because the king was throwing dukes in jail. And
Yeah.
the dukes, were afraid that any false accusation against one another, or if the king decided to come after them, he could erase them and just take all of their property and confiscate all their wealth and throw them in prison. So to counter that, the judicial system came up with grand juries, where you had to provide enough evidence, where there was a surety, or at least enough evidence to suggest, with pretty much no doubt, that person was guilty of whatever they were accused of before you could throw them in prison. That was the whole idea of a grand jury, even though we do it, it's an American thing we do in our system, comes from English law, right? And so in this particular case, I think that there may be, and there probably should be in every state, people fighting against grand jury indictments on the basis of an unconstitutionality application of standards, probable cause. That's not the way it's supposed to work. It's supposed to work beyond reasonable doubt. So basically, a grand jury, when they're seated, are supposed to be shown enough evidence where the grand jury can all look at one another and say, if I was a juror in a legitimate trial, would I convict this guy? And they all raise their hand. Now you indict the man.
Yes.
So I think that his argument is an argument that should be made across the entire nation to bring the standard back. Just because they've been practicing it with reasonable doubt doesn't mean that it doesn't make it right. And that's a lower standard than what its original intent was. And its original intent was to prevent the government or the ruling party, the ruling class, from levying charges against the innocent.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole purpose of it. It's to verify what they're doing. And I hope that that particular angle that he brings to the Supreme Court, if he gets it in, gets heard.
Yeah, I agree. And this comment from Rowena Moses is something I've been worried about for a long time. That they're going to find a way to not have to show Dylan or Bethany if they are on the stand. That's something I've been worried about, and I think because that is one of the most important things of this case.
Their transcripts will be available, probably an audio seeding of it as well.
I hope so.
Because if you guys know,
what do they get? Special fucking treatment?
Well, no, the Supreme Court of the United States, you've never seen a case on video, but you can hear it on audio.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
and that's not an uncommon thing for courts to have. I really don't need to see those young women. I know people want to look at body language and all of that, but I think what comes out of their mouth is going to be pretty clear.
I agree with you, Sarge, but Clue's right. We've all watched, everybody that's in this community that creates this stuff, that we do this. We've watched trials, we've watched hearings, we've seen this, we've seen that. You know as well as I do that if they're telling a story about something and maybe we'll just say they're not telling the truth. Their body's going to tell us a different story by the way they act. Okay. That's why I believe wholeheartedly that body language is very important to see these people when they're on stand and to watch them possibly be broken down. It'll tell you another story based on what you're looking at, not just what you're hearing. So
you think a jury doesn't look at body language?
I know they do. I know they do. Okay. And that's what I'm saying. That is important. I mean, granted, Sarge, you're right. And I agree with you. Like, to hear what they're saying is definitely going to be important. I want to see how they look when
It
they're
is
saying
not the same. It's not the same.
Exactly.
So,
It's not.
like,
I agree.
No,
Put
it's
a-
not the
put a-
same, but we
hold
don't
on.
know that they're going to deny video of those two testifying.
Right.
We don't
Put-
even, right?
That's just something
All
I've
I'm
been
It's a what if.
all I'm saying is put you an adult film on and close your eyes. Is it the same
Nope.
as seeing it? You know what I mean? Like,
Just like VR.
Absolutely not.
the body language is, to me, really important.
Yeah, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. It is. And Deborah says, I'm wondering if they will clear the courtroom for DM and BF testimony, so on and so forth. And there's a lot that goes with this, you guys. That goes with their testimonies that I've been worried about. I feel like that there's going to be extra special treatment for these witnesses, in my opinion. I don't know why.
Unreal, man.
Will be.
We have to wait and see, though, right? We
It's
don't
not
In
like
my
they were,
opinion,
locked in a box for a week by, their captor or something like that. Now they have to go on camera. These, like, one of them
Right.
was on the first story and wasn't even involved with anything. So what the hell's the big deal?
That's what we're told, but we don't know that yet. You know what I mean?
But that's what I mean. So if that's what we're
Right.
if that's what
You
we're
wanna know
told, what's the big deal about seeing her on the stand?
I want to say what's terrifying. Wouldn't it be terrifying if Koberger is actually the murderer and the 2011 to 2013 car gets found out by Ann or it gets showed at trial as exculpatory evidence that couldn't be him based on all of their driving? They're basing it off of that car, right?
Yeah.
Right. And this guy actually did do the crime. That would be a nightmare, man.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Absolutely. I'm waiting to see. I'm curious about these things. I've been thinking about these things lately with the witnesses and things like that. So yeah, and I'm still.
Listen, if he did it, they wouldn't have to be trying to, squeeze evidence together to make it fit. So
You know what's funny?
we'll see.
I was in that lawyer's channel where the evil guy goes. He's been going in there, and that lawyer, I forget his name.
Yeah.
That lawyer said that the detective for the Koberger team, the exculpatory evidence that's unique to Bethany Funk was she witnessed a man running naked back towards the sliding glass doors, and
Right.
his followers in that room are going with that. And when I ask him to correct himself or produce the documents, he either deletes me or blows me off. But his own people are like, that was said early on in a press conference. Somebody responded to me today. And that's never been said by anybody in authority in any documentation or press conference ever that Bethany witnessed somebody naked running towards a sliding glass door. And it's just crazy how much some of this.
What if that actually comes up?
I kind of like that guy's channel, but I don't like that he won't correct himself, but he'll come out and he'll attack Drip Drop for tunnels.
Yeah, I know.
Kind
I
of
know.
strange,
What if that piece of information comes out to be true?
I mean,
it could be, but
Yeah.
it absolutely, I don't know if it changes anything.
Who said in the very beginning that the abnormal needs to be kept in the back of your mind when it came to a DoorDash driver being the one that ordered and picked up the food? That was said to us. And the other one was an early on rumor from someone that claimed to know Bethany witnessed a naked man running from the property. They didn't say sliding glass doors. So that's been out there since January, February of right at the very beginning, right?
Right.
Remember JLR went and talked to people and the things those people had said?
Right.
And then he sent some girl in to interview him. And the guy said what was weird was the DoorDash driver actually ordered and delivered that order themselves.
Mm-hmm.
How do you order it?
He called it in.
You can call in.
Yeah,
you can call in a DoorDash and then say you're picking it up for yourself, and then you do it, and then that's what we were told too. So
right. So my point is some of these things may be relevant. Is the only point I was trying to make.
Why would he order? So, like, Sarge, if I'm trying to understand how that works. So, if he did that, if he ordered the food and picked it up, that would mean that potentially someone in the house didn't order it, right? It would be for him.
Well, what if the DoorDash driver's a friend? Let's say that you live in my area and things have gotten tough after you've given me all your money and you start working for DoorDash, right? And I just text you directly.
What?
And I say, Thug Pauline girl, can you grab me a burger and fries?
Huh.
And then you handle the order and bring it to me, right? That way, it ensures you get the credit for the order. I don't know if you could do it that way, but that's what was said early on.
Right.
So he would have to know them some way or how, right?
Yeah, so that you would be familiar with that particular Dash driver. I don't know that that's true. I don't know that that can happen. All I'm pointing out is there were a few really weird statements, including statements about a naked person.
Yeah.
Okay, way early on. And there's still, the naked one's still permeating, but there is no documentation. There is no recorded voice of anybody ever saying that publicly connected to litigating this case.
Right.
Or even talking about it in the news. It's just never been said that she saw a naked person leaving the sliding glass door.
True Crime Time says it can't work that way. If that's what you're referring to, True Crime, is that.
So you have to order your own food. Unless like Sarge said it's a friend and you call the friend and you're like, hey, get me so and so and bring it. Thanks.
Yeah, she's talking about DoorDash. That's what I thought. And she's done that kind of stuff, not DoorDash itself, but she knows.
If it can't be done that way, that's perfectly acceptable. And I'm not arguing that it can be no different than I'm saying there was no naked person or there was. I'm not saying any of that's true or false. It's just interesting how these things started way early on, and at least the naked one is still lingering.
Yeah.
And people take it as fact. It's
keep
kind
bringing
of
it up. It was a rumor, and people keep bringing it up, and that's why it's festering.
Well, that one lawyer said that it was documented.
No,
it was documented by the investigator, and he won't supply the document.
No, and I showed you that document, Sergeant. There is absolutely nothing in that.
I know.
And True Crime Time says, I can't have because she's a driver. I can't have my friend call me and ask me to grab their food. So, yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Yeah, a lot of those early rumors are BS. And that's really the point I was trying to make. And yet, that lingering big piece of BS is being pushed by an attorney as fact. And he will not step. And he's so quick to point out other people's failings in their understanding or their claims of this or that. And yet, he's making one of the most egregious claims of all.
Well, his
claim is worse than tunnels or secret doorways.
Yeah.
Right?
The problem, Sarge, is he's pushing that it was Bitanti that had that in his document.
Right.
And it's not listed in his document.
Correct.
So unless he sees something we don't, which I doubt.
No, he's nobody.
Because of the gag order, that is unsubstantiated.
What does Bethany know then? What's this exculpatory evidence that she has?
We don't know.
The defense wanted to speak to her about. Well, has to be something.
Well, but we don't know what that something is.
It could be the text messages going back and forth between the roommates, like at a certain time. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's to her experience, but if she experienced something earlier on, like let's say it started at like 3:00 or something, that could be it. Who knows?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
so, Teresa. I think that's what they were talking about. I don't think you can do that. I don't know. Salty, is that something that you can do just to clarify? Can someone call okay, so what if my friend Sam is a DoorDash driver and I know that and he's in the area? And if I were to call in and say, hey, can I have my friend Sam, who's a DoorDash driver, deliver this? Can you do that, Salty? Do you know? I don't think so. I think it's because it runs through the app. I think it just rotates through that way. I don't think that you can do that, but I may be wrong. But that's a question I have. And then see else. But you can have two accounts, order food on one and the DD driver account on the other, order and then pick up the order.
Yeah, but they assign. How do you know you're going to be assigned that order?
That's it.
Right. That's the problem.
Okay. She said, no, you cannot request a driver. Okay. That's what I was curious of for sure. Just to make sure that everybody knows that. And that's
right. That's been debunked too. I'm not bringing that up as a fact, folks, to debate whether you can do it or not. I accept the fact, and I think everybody in the panel does, that you can't bypass the DoorDash system and call a friend. But that was a point made, and I was only put that out there to try to get people to remember that along the same lines during that time is when we were told about a naked man. Bethany saw a naked man running from the property.
right.
Right. And that's a rumor too. That's
Yeah.
probably untrue. We don't
Yeah, I
know,
guess
but you know.
Mandy said that Lana did all these experiments, which I'm truly sure she did. She does that kind of stuff all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's and that's why we have to try to set these things straight, because there are a lot of things that are out there that started off as rumors, like Golf said, that just linger on and on and on. And
Right.
he said too that nobody has been able to clarify and set straight. And if we can set some of the misinformation back in line and get it on track again, that's a good thing. That helps in some ways. So
I
that's
got a
important.
question. Has anybody ever heard of a case where they reconstructed a fingerprint or took a partial print and constructed it into a full print?
No, like, wait a minute.
And here's
Take
why
a print and make it into a full
let's say
print?
you got a couple of ridges from somebody's thumb. Can you then go ahead and construct a complete print based on those few ridges? And I think the answer to that's obviously no.
Probably not, because you don't have the
Right.
rest of the print.
So
So yeah,
you'd be altering the evidence in your hand, wouldn't you?
alter it. Yes, I
Okay.
agree.
So what makes it permissible to take microscopic DNA and alter it?
I don't know. Felicity says yes. Okay, so you can do that. How would you do that though without altering the evidence, Felicity? Which in turn would make it not.
Yeah, that's always
you
listen,
can't.
it's probably from my crazy brain the question arises. But if you take
Yeah.
microscopic particles that don't give you a full DNA,
See, I thought
then-
that you, yeah,
and
but
then you go and continue to modify to create DNA by amplification or other software processes, is that
I mean-
not changing the evidence that you started with?
To be fair, isn't a partial fingerprint something they would have to fill in, or
No.
how
Well,
does that work?
she says you can't make a full print, but more like use points off of it. Okay.
Yeah, a partial would match a partial of somebody's actual fingerprint. And that's
Your
what they would
print.
match it
Say
to.
it
They
matched-
don't build
Say it
the
matched my
whole
partial. It
finger.
was a partial print that matched partial, part of me. But that doesn't mean that full print carried to its conclusion would be my print.
That's
Depends
what I
on
was
the
going to say. How do you know the rest? How do you know the missing pieces are the right ones?
right.
But
And
if
that's
you,
why I question the whole DNA when they modify the DNA. They had evidence on a sheet, and then they modified it. Is that okay? Apparently it is, but it just
If
seems
you
like
had-
that once you
then
start
had a
screwing with it,
suspect-
you change it.
but if you had a suspect, then you can backtrack. And then Salty says that they measure in points, and then she said that you would need more info though to do that. So okay,
It's very
Yeah.
Jurassic Park, isn't it?
it seems to be very much so, considering where we're at with everything else.
And it may
Um,
just be the ranting of a lunatic, me. So it may be nothing whatsoever at all.
Essentially, you're adding pixels like the Rittenhouse case photo video evidence that got thrown out. Okay, yeah, I got you on that.
Yeah, see, that's what I for some reason I just think that messing with that DNA out of its original formation, how it was found, to do anything to how it was found should make it inadmissible in a court of law. That's my personal
Right.
take on it. But again, that could be the rantings of a lunatic. Right? You don't screw with the DNA you find in semen. You put the semen under the microscope, you run it through your test, you do what you do, and you come up with a sequence.
Well, you can't really alter that either,
Right.
but
Well, I'm just saying though, so I'm comparing that to a video or a fingerprint. If you modify or alter it in any way, especially when doing so creates a conclusion,
yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like it should be inadmissible to me.
Terry asks, if that college closed and the businesses would fold, who or what entity would benefit? I remember that the owner wouldn't sell. I don't think anybody would. In my opinion, if everything shut down, everything would fold up in that town. So nobody's going to benefit, in my opinion. I mean, that's and then Felicity's saying, how did they alter the DNA? She's asking.
They took microscopic skin cells that couldn't be identified or matched to anything. It didn't hit in CODIS. So you don't have a complete DNA sample. You have a partial. And there's software they invented. They claim that they can now magnify this and blah, blah, blah. So my point is, well, is there any room for error in doing that? I think that's what that DNA expert was saying when she testified.
But
There
people
is
in
room for
CODIS, Sarge, people in CODIS are criminals. I mean, you have to have a criminal background to be in CODIS.
Right, but the proof is in the pudding that even to use it for genealogical, they had to send it to a lab and alter it.
Yeah, but
they didn't
they
take
said
the 20.
there was no match in CODIS. They didn't say they couldn't match it. They said that there was no match in CODIS.
So
No
we
match.
actually looked this up the other day. We actually looked this up the other day. You don't necessarily have to be a criminal. They also store DNA found at crime scenes, whether it's criminal or not. So whether it's the perpetrator or not, anything that they collect at a crime scene, they do store it.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
But here's what I'm saying: they didn't take that sample and go identify Brian Kohlberger with running it through the testing of DNA.
No, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
right. That's where I'm focused on.
I kind of disagree with that whole storing of DNA. Like, I'm sorry, but look at the guys that were just partying at this house, right? Or the girls. Like, y'all run all their DNA through there. I would think if they weren't guilty of anything, wouldn't you think they would have to kick it out? But that's what they say they do. I'm just saying, for me personally, I feel like that's a problem. That's a problem.
Well, it is a problem. No different than how we sign over all of our information to these idiots to join a web page like YouTube. It's and that's what I mean. They're collecting things and probably storing things they shouldn't. No different than the FBI is sneaking around, going probably in the databases. The law enforcement has no permission to be in, and they're comparing DNA samples. That's what I think we all suspect has happened here. Their genealogical makeup probably went into 123andMe,
so
and they don't have access to that legally.
And that was a good point, Cletus. But here's the thing, though. Okay, if let's say for instance, when they tested that the other 3 profiles and they come up to find out that they were male, my question is if those were in CODIS at the time that they did what they did, would we have gotten a match on those? Was there enough when they tested it to find out if that was male or female or whatever? Would that have given a match, or was there just not enough to get that at all? Okay, Licity says yes. Okay. Which says that those other male profiles were not in CODIS, as we already know that. So whoever this DNA belongs to are obviously people that have not been in trouble before, so on and so forth, that we know of. Okay.
Just like Brian.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Othram's,
I agree with that.
They have new software they can magnify.
How about the fact that they had Kohlberger's name, and was that name known to the people building the tree? Because if you took a small part of my DNA and a small part of Dago's DNA, you're going to find markers that match. Human beings, I mean, it isn't like a fingerprint. When you do a paternity test, you don't match all the markers to that child. You match so many markers, and the amount of markers that you match produces a statistical ability for you to be the parent. A DNA test doesn't say they come back in New York and other states and less than a 90% match, and they'll call you the father and hold you accountable. But a 90% match isn't 100% true, right? It's only 90% true. And they're holding people to child support and calling people fathers based on that DNA. And that same process is used in all DNA work. It comes down to a statistic and to a probability and a fraction of 100%.
Right.
Even in the 5 point something quintillion, they're telling you he's 99.9999998 or something, right? It's still
90%.
I think screwing with it is wrong. I think what they had for evidence was unusable evidence, and it should have stayed that way.
Well, your best question was the first when you started this this train of thought, Sarge, was they knew Brian Koberger before they started this process
I think so.
because they took the trash, right?
Well,
Out
no,
of-
no, no. I think they started that process before they ever went to the trash.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying, like, by the time they did the DNA match, that part, they, of course, knew Brian. So the question itself is, did they know Brian? Did they have his name? Of course they did when they started it.
Right. And if you've got two samples as an example, I committed the crime and you got mine and Dago's,
Mhm.
you see markers that are similar from us to whatever your partial sample is, right? And then you start building trees and it comes down to a judgment.
Mhm.
And then you start following it and building it out. I just think that there's room for error in determining who is the actual owner of that DNA. And I also suspect that if you have a target, that there's a possibility you're going to read this data to fit Koberger.
Well, yeah, I don't know much about DNA. I'm not claiming to, but my main question is when it comes to like the difference between DNA and then going into something like a family site where you're looking at like people that submitted DNA. And I mean, who knows what that is, honestly? Who knows what people submit sometimes. I can just say that my name is so and so and I'm submitting my friend's DNA or something like that. Like I always question these things, like how reliable are they? Hence why probably they can't use it in court. I don't know these things. There's probably rules and regulations, but I just don't know enough about it. But it scares me.
Right. And I think that's like with that one doctor that they accused of murder. I think what happens is these guys get tunnel vision. And I've tried to say that a whole bunch of time by using the word corruption. And they get in their head a certain perspective and a certain, like we do. We're guilty of it too. I mean, so it isn't just like policemen that do it. Doctors do it. They get this idea this is what you're really sick with, and they could be wrong. But they pursue it as if they're right and they won't let it go. It's like a dog with a bone. Meanwhile, you got circumstantial evidence of a vehicle that, if in fact it is truly an 11 to a 13, then you should never have gone after Brian Koberger. But they went after that one doctor, didn't they? Didn't they basically cheat to get that guy charged with murder?
In a sense, yeah, I guess you could call it that, right?
They had data that showed it. They had exculpatory evidence. They had evidence that contradicted their claims, and they ignored it.
Right.
Right. And the scary thing is this is what's scary. They're allowed to do that. It's a judgment call.
Yeah, it's very scary. Excuse me, guys, for 1 second. I have to step away for a second. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Don't go nowhere.
What saith Willie?
Yeah, he's been quiet.
Well, been listening to y'all.
I'm curious about the little puppy. What was it you said? What kind of puppy do you have?
It's a Shih Tzu.
Shih Tzu. Aw.
Jesus Christ. That's not a dog.
Do you have a real
It is a
dog?
dog.
Oh.
It's
That's
our
not-
second one. We had a boy, but he was always lonely during the day while we're like working.
Oh.
So we got him a little girlfriend.
Jesus, cute cat.
Good.
Can you imagine?
What
I
did you
don't
say?
know, man.
Sarge.
I just, I'm sorry. It's just.
Well, we've got a German Shepherd too, if that makes it any better.
Oh,
that's
there you
cool.
go. That's a redeeming quality. And in an emergency, he's got some food. It's called a Shih Tzu.
Right, yeah. I hear the life come back to your voice.
Right.
Well, it's just we've bred these poor animals to be things you can rest assured that for the hundreds of thousands of years that dogs have existed, none of them were Shih Tzus. Okay. I mean, that's awesome, man. What kind of a dog do you got, Willie?
I don't got a dog. I got a cat.
Oh, okay. What about you, Golf?
I don't have a puppy. I had one a few years back, and when he died, it broke my family's heart, and we haven't been able to get another one since. He lives with us still in our hearts.
Yeah, that's why I won't get another dog.
I've had pets in my life. When I grew up in a step family, we had a Capuchin monkey, a cotton-top marmoset monkey, we had a squirrel monkey, we had a Amazon blue front, we had Mexican double yellowhead, a gray parrot, we had minor bird, we had hamsters, we had gerbils, we had fish, we had cats, wire-haired fox terrier dogs.
Oh,
collie.
zoo.
All right.
Zoo.
It was listen. So I am a pet lover, not a pet owner. So you bring a dog around me, I guarantee it'll love me because I do love animals, but not enough to now in modern day walk around behind a pet and pick up its shit as you go. I ain't having it. I ain't doing it. Okay. All right.
Did you change the diaper on the monkey?
And the diaper was not diapered. No, the cage had a slide out tray that would pull out and dispose of the paper and the shaving.
Oh, I want a monkey.
Yeah, I thought you're marrying one. You've been 7 years. What's holding up? You already trained his ass. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, but
I
he
don't want
won't
no
wear a
monkey. I should have
diaper.
ripped your face off.
Keep waiting too much longer and you can put diapers on me.
We had a cotton top marmoset. Go look up a cotton top marmoset monkey. Spider monkeys are just effed up. Capuchin monkeys are the organ grinder monkeys of old, where the guys would go on the street with that prehensile tail. That one we would walk around on a real lightweight chain and a collar, and it would almost cause car wrecks. People couldn't believe what they were seeing, and we lived in a suburb. I mean, I'm like just outside of a city, so it's not like we lived in an area nobody would see it. There was a lot of traffic, and it was chaotic bringing that monkey out for a walk. But we did it, and then the thing would jump up and sit on your head while you were. It was crazy.
You hear him talking about you, Dago?
I'll beat the shit out of a monkey if it gets close to me.
I missed everything. Sorry, I had to.
We had a minor bird that would scream, "How's your load?"
Oh, nice.
It would swear, "Go after yourself. How's your load?" It was like, wow.
Licity saying that just got a chance to tape all this, and that's okay. I really appreciate your input on this, Licity, with your background and stuff like that. All the car confusion is why I said they should have forensic vehicle data, even if there isn't a Burla report. The vehicle itself records plenty of info, and that was my thought. I had mentioned, just like in planes, how they have the little black box and stuff like that.
Not in those Elantras. No.
Is that only right? I was gonna say because he doesn't have the nav system.
No.
So that's not available in that car. Which is
It's
really
available. It's not in his car. He bought his car from Avis Rent-A-Car Sales. They give you the base model shit.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's probably like an old fleet car, right?
We saw the interior of his vehicle. We know that he didn't have the premium system yet.
So there's nothing in that vehicle that could record anything. I think we talked about this a long time ago. That's right. Okay.
I don't know. Now, if there's something that's just standard, that like a little Bluetooth chip or something that does it anyway, maybe.
No,
right.
I don't think so. Unless it's equipped with the nav system, I don't know any way.
Right. You guys have to realize these auto manufacturers work at single-digit percentages on profit. I know that they sell billions of dollars and stuff, but a Tesla vehicle makes 50-80% profit when he sells it. But when Ford sells a car, they're making 2-3% on each sale.
Yeah, but Avis is like a rental car place, and they're gonna track all their vehicles.
Yeah, but
that's why you won't find these random.
Itself.
My point is, you're not going to find chips in a car that don't require being in the car for the features you order.
Avis
or Hyundai or anybody.
They would remove anything that they have in that vehicle before they sell it. I would think so.
Well, you would think, but they might not always do that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if he had one of they do have something you can attach to a vehicle that'll track it. Delivery companies have them on all their trucks.
Right.
I'm sure Avis would have it too for a stolen car.
AirTag.
And Licity also said not even that though, that most cars record when doors are opened and closed, lights go off and on, gears are shifted, etc. Yeah, right. And that's like in the computer itself. The there's a name for it, I can't think of it, would have all of that in there, where they
ECU.
Thank you, and plug that in and record that. But I don't know how long it holds everything, and you know what I
They
mean?
wouldn't put a chip in a vehicle, and this is the biggest reason to show you why. When they were having car manufacturing shortages, the reason the shortages on the electronics existed was because the machines used to make the electronics were updated, and they went away from a legacy board. That's the name of the product that everybody was using prior to this upgrade. What happened was the car manufacturers didn't upgrade their systems to account for the new technology.
Right.
So they were getting it done what they wanted to get done on these legacy boards, but those boards couldn't handle the new requirements. And so they had all of these vehicles and a short amount of the correct boards, and they were trying to buy them up. It wasn't like there was a company stopped making it, or it was a matter of fact, it was a change in the board technology and the chips on those boards. It caused in 2020, 2021, where you go to a Ford lot to buy a truck, you couldn't buy one off the lot. They didn't have one. It was their electronics, and the reason is that, again, the dealers and the makers of these cars aren't going to invest in upgrading anything because of their profit margins just don't allow for it. They're going to keep it as basic as they can unless you pay for it in an upgrade.
Exactly. What do they give a shit about where you're at, what you're doing? They just care if you buy the car.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, later versions of that stuff, they got all the crazy cell phone technology in the car. So
yeah,
they showed that in the Murdoch case, didn't they?
Yeah.
And there's something in his phone, though, that would also keep track to him. The metadata, isn't there something in his phone that they could actually dig out? I'd be interested to see if that's true.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I don't know, but they better have that phone in the house. They better have something in the house of his, something.
Doesn't that disturb you guys that somebody smart enough to do this based on, their education even took their phone with them? That's just stunning to me.
Yeah, isn't it?
I can't wrap my head around doing that.
But he was that good that he was in and out without a trace.
But no, he was that good, but conscious enough to turn it off based on what the cops are accusing.
Exactly. So why take it at all?
Yeah, I can't reconcile that. If he knew the act of turning it off says he knew the phone could track him. So you have to ask the question, then why did he bring it at all?
And if he's and if he's this jogger where, he went jogging with Skylar for miles and miles and miles, why wouldn't he just jog to the house and then jog back?
Yeah.
Wasn't that far.
There's just so many effed up things that they accuse, and it's just very weird.
But the one question I had was, why, the route that he went from his house to the house, why didn't he just take that route to go home? He went some long house route home, which you would think he would be disposing of the murder weapon. But if they, tracked that route with dogs and stuff like that, you figure they would have found it.
I don't think of those cars, whether Linda Lane or anything else. I don't think any of the automobile information is a part of the crime at all.
So this here is
for
those of you that didn't know, this vehicle, the 2015 Hyundai Elantra, is it equipped with the EDR, which is the event data recorder, which is what I was talking about.
Okay.
This vehicle is equipped with an event data recorder. The main purpose of the event data recorder is to record a certain crash or near crash like situation, such as airbag deployment or hitting a road obstacle. Data will assist in understanding how a vehicle system is performed. The EDR is designed to record data related to vehicle dynamics and safety systems for a short period of time, typically 30 seconds or less. EDR data are recorded by your vehicle only if a non-trivial crash situation occurs. No data is recorded by the EDR under normal driving conditions, and no personal data is recorded.
Exactly.
Are recorded. So, and if he didn't wreck, then there's nothing.
It's just like your check engine light. That data is recorded and stored only in the event the sensor or a system is fouled.
Right. Now if he used the car in the commission of the crime and ran it through the house or something stupid, that would have been different, because then it would have, you know what I mean? So,
yeah. You know what else I want to know? I want to know what he bought from the grocery store the next day.
Of course. Of course. We all do.
Because they make it a big thing that he's on video at the grocery store, but did this guy buy milk and eggs and bread? Like, did he just go regular shopping after murdering 4 people? You're telling me? Get the hell out of here.
why would they not have that listed? Well,
Exactly.
it's not
Well,
important.
they would. I mean, they wouldn't. I mean, if it's not relevant, they're not going to say anything. You know.
That's what I'm
Folks,
saying.
he was
How would they
45
not
minutes
know what
away
he
from the
bought?
crime scene. He was 45 minutes away from the crime scene under no observation and could have left that area with no difficulty at all. Okay.
I just don't understand how they don't know what he bought. Because I mean, you could literally.
No, I think they figured out what he bought.
Well, it
Yeah,
says
I'm sure they-
unknown items.
They would use his credit card numbers and then get a warrant to subpoena. They have the court
Yeah,
or
they could
the
do that.
store
Yeah.
release.
Or yeah, or if
paid
you use
cash,
cash,
then it would be what they could see from the observations of the cameras.
exactly. They would just match up the times and register
they
number
probably
and
just
blah blah
didn't
blah.
list it in the PCA then.
Yeah, I don't think.
They wouldn't need to tell you what he bought, Cracker Jacks or something, or he bought a Thug Pauline for his backyard.
But if he bought bleach and he bought tarps and he bought all the kinds of shit, you know, that'd be in the PCA, like the Long
Or
Island,
shit.
the Long Island guy.
We'd have
Well,
definitely known about that. If he'd have bought things that related to the crime, then 100%, I think it would have been in there.
Yeah.
Well, but they didn't pull the search or the search warrants for stuff like that until later, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the only search warrants I can remember that they actually pulled prior to his arrest was for his cell phone data, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. And I'm just saying, if you're
So
interested, like if you want to eliminate him, why wouldn't you find out what he bought?
Exactly. Why wouldn't you have that beforehand, before kicking out his door?
I mean, they may have it. They just didn't care and didn't you? Did they? Whatever. You know what I'm saying? I just saying.
I guess. But like I said, what did he do? The guy killed 4 people, woke up and went grocery shopping. I mean, dude,
He also went and got a haircut.
This is not Brian fucking Koberger, man.
He also went and got a haircut. He also went to his doctor's appointment. He also
Yeah,
went back.
but that's days and days. I'm talking about less than 24 hours later. They're saying he's at the grocery store
that
I mean,
same
yeah.
day.
shopping.
It was the same day because that happened that morning. Remember?
Yeah. So okay. So I mean, if I was a prosecution or somebody, I would want to, the person, whoever the hell rang him up that day or something, you know, if they could maybe, say
You need to go back and watch the video from that to see his actions, his body language, things like that.
The problem is there's so much stupid on the front side, and yet everything inside the scene and leaving the scene is perfect.
Right. That's a good question, Cammie. To this day, has anyone ever seen law enforcement searching for the weapon out in Moscow or along his, the ways that he drives? That's a great point. We don't know that.
You would hope they did.
But there's also a gag order, so
that's the thing. I think we're all gonna shit ourselves if we go to the trial and they walk out with a K-bar knife and go, look what we have, folks. Then where was that? Why did we not know about that? I'm not saying that's gonna happen. I'm saying that would be when
they would have found that knife, there was no gag order in place, so they would have told us. Just like I said yesterday, just like they told us that they found the gun in the home of Christopher, whatever his name is, of the Soto shooting.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the media would have got a hold of that and they'd have dumped that out there.
Of course,
somehow, some way, that somebody would have done something to get that. Would it be Saxby, whatever. They'd have found a way to get that information from an investigator or someone that.
And they would have been proud to tell us because it would kill this public doubt.
And they would get all kinds of hits and all kinds of accolades. They'd be breaking exclusive news and
exactly.
Their party would
and people, and they wouldn't be under so much of a microscope like this if they had some real ass evidence. But they don't.
Right. They don't have any evidence. They confirmed Brian Koberger's story at best. They're confirming Koberger's statements of what his alibi is. I drive at night, and the neighbor confirms that. Everybody that knows him confirms that.
Well, they confirmed it when they said what time he threw away his trash, for Christ's sakes.
Right. Even that confirmed. Everything this guy did was late at night, for God's sakes. And how many dead bodies surround him? None.
Yeah. How much blood surrounds him?
And on a house in an area that's surrounded by other houses that have plain view of it, and with a driveway full of cars. Right. One car he couldn't even be aware of who owned it. It was a new Land Rover that just showed up. Right. So I don't know. It doesn't seem to me that the perp approached that property with an automobile. I still say that the person that did this was part of the crime scene somehow. They were in that house.
Yeah.
Part of me wonders if Ann Taylor wasn't very calculated in getting the gag order, because she knew when she looked at the PCA, it seemed so far off that if she could control the information flow out into the world, that it would be extremely hard for them to get a jury that would be willing to convict him.
Non-biased. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
good point.
Because I mean, the PCA, I think that's what we all look at and go, "This is crazy." Like this. There's just so many holes. There's so many problems with it, right? And at the end of the day, if all the other information that's normally available was out there, it may actually paint the picture that we probably should have. And
Right.
sometimes I just wonder if that wasn't just a strategic move for that reason alone.
I mean, that's a good point, Cletus. Real good point. To look at it in that sense makes a lot of sense.
I have breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Kohlberger bought Hamburg to make hamburgers.
Oh my god.
Was it meat free? He's vegan.
Veg burger.
There you go.
Vegberg, whatever the hell you call it.
The only help a Hamburg needs is a bun, some fixins, and a willing participant to mow it down.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny when we do these childish things, isn't it?
I mean, gotta have a little bit of lightness going on with it.
Never grow up. Never.
It's boring when you grow up.
I mean, we're talking about murder half the time, so
I want to change the subject a little bit. So
Please do.
I started watching this show called The Good Doctor. I don't know if
Oh,
anybody's
yeah.
ever seen it.
Yes, I've seen it.
But do you see the underlining issue they have with this guy? I'm going to tell you what it is. You may not notice it. And this is the path to adulthood, which is so terrifying. It's kind of gross. But here's what it is. This guy instinctively tells the truth. You could have a pimple, or that could be a tumor, blah, ecopeliani, blah, 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 blah. And he lays it out there. And they have problems with this guy because of he shares too much information.
Yeah.
And in the way he shares it. What they're trying to teach him to do is lie. They're trying to teach this guy to lie. That makes you a better doctor. And I find it almost egregious that we accept as adults that there's times where lying is the best thing to do. And I always wonder, is it really?
No, it's not.
That's why I don't go to a doctor for my general health.
It's always a choice, right? It's always a choice, and it's always the wrong choice, no matter which way you look at it.
Right.
Because if you lie about anything, even to make an uncomfortable situation a little easier, you're just delaying the uncomfortability that's inevitably coming.
But yet it's a skill we're supposed to develop to be adults.
I disagree. We don't lie ever, and we're adults.
I mean, I think it's a common misconception, and it's a common practice, right? That's sort of accepted in general to some degree. I've heard the term white lies, right? And it's like, I mean, even that is part of the problem with that.
That shit's racist, man.
The little white lies that don't hurt nobody. And I know what you're talking about, and I agree. I think it I think if that's allowed to be what it is, that it has a tendency to grow and become way more and a bigger problem. I agree with that. So have a good night, golf. By the way, I'm sorry I didn't know you jumped down. I appreciate you jumping up here. Very much appreciate you.
Who's that? Is there a new person in here?
I think the only thing
you said good night, and she says, "Oh, you're not boring at all."
Sure is back in here.
Lying gives you the opportunity to do is be a good,
where did Willie go?
Criminal.
Right here.
Oh, you changed your picture. That's why. Okay.
Or manipulator, right?
Incognito.
Yep.
Oftentimes,
a lot of my kids.
Swiftfire. Oftentimes, telling the truth means avoiding the full truth. But you're right. There is a tone and inflections, and there are body language and emotional overtures that you use when you speak. That this particular doctor with autism, that's one of the things the autistic depending on where you are in that spectrum, that's a problem.
I like the way you said that, Firefly, telling the truth tactfully. That's a good way to
Right.
put that. I like that a lot.
And now someone asks, you think we'll be shocked when the trial comes?
No,
Mm-mm.
I think we
We're-
will.
we're going to be as shocked as the grand jury was.
I think we'll be shocked to in a lot of ways, and it'll be both good and bad personally. Because I mean, there's been so little information, right? That it's almost impossible for there not to be something laid out in trial that shocks everybody.
I just don't see it.
No,
Good
I
point.
I think we look at things so in depth and from so many angles. And I mean, there is some truth to the statement that the simplest explanation is oftentimes the just how it is, right? And I think that's the problem with this case is that the simple explanation just doesn't make any sense with the documentation that's put out
Are
there.
you talking about the whole Occam's razor theory?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you on that for real, because I as a creator out here have tried to look at black and white, cut and dry, simplest is what it is. It is what it is, and that's what it is, period. Bing, bang, boom. I can't allow myself to process that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
I can't. I've tried. Just as much as I've forced myself to try to just say, okay, let this go. Diggo, it's Brian. Move on. Let's not talk about. I can't. It drives me nuts.
Well, and our courts, I think, to some extent, have been perverted to the point where circumstantial evidence is enough for a lot of people to convict somebody.
Right.
And I have difficulty with no direct evidence being used, and that to me should be I understand direct evidence, and then the circumstances surrounding the direct evidence discovery, its location, your involvement with it. I get it. You didn't see the person walk into the house, but you found a revolver, you found fingerprints. So I can understand you're going to describe circumstances, but when there's no smoking gun, then to just build a case on someone, their past crimes or what people say about them and all the nonsense like they did in that Scott Peterson case, where there was no direct evidence. I struggle with dealing with accepting the idea that just the story the prosecutor tells is enough to lock you up for life.
Yeah, and in this case, their circumstantial evidence is shit. I mean, at least have them, like a clear image of his car outside the home. Like we just spoke for an hour about how nobody can tell what kind of car that is. So how's the jury going to tell? They can't.
That's where I go with in my head with the simplest explanation is usually the right one. And in this case, if they had written a PCA similar to say what they wrote the arrest warrant in the Soto case, right? The people that I can't remember his last name, Preciado or something like that. If they had written this PCA as simply and direct as they wrote that one, look how few questions really exist about that.
Right.
And it would be a situation where, the guy still deserves a fair trial, but there would be a lot less question in the general public because you don't have as much information to really question. But when you write a PCA that long and that just poorly, you have no choice but to question it if you want to promote a fair society, in my mind.
Exactly, because I'm not going with the theory of they're holding it close to them for the trial. I'm going with the theory of they don't got it. That's my theory.
I'm with you there. I think they built it off of what they had for whatever the reason was. And they made the arrest, and they were hoping they could build the rest of the case after the arrest.
And when they found no DNA of the victims, then they should have stopped.
And his car.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When there was no affiliation between the victim's DNA and anything Kohlberger possessed, owned, or traveled or went, be it his car or his home.
Exactly.
I think that information should have been collected prior. And that information, had they had it in their hands prior, makes me wonder if they ever would have went forward with a probable cause arrest.
They would have. They would have.
I don't think a judge would have allowed it. I don't think
they needed a body.
No, I don't think a court would have signed off on the warrant.
No, okay.
I think what would happen had that been presented to the judge that we did do a surreptitious investigation. We found no DNA affiliated with Kohlberger's home, his apartment, blah, 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 blah. I think, and then present the PCA as you have it. I
Yeah,
think the
but then
judge would have
you're-
said, you need to come back with something more solid than this.
But then you're
Because you're-
really treading on somebody's rights to privacy. If
No,
you
you're
don't
not.
have a reason to like search their car,
That,
you
just
know
so
what I
you know,
mean?
you wouldn't need to do it. You could actually go through and swab his doorknob. You could go to a school and you could talk with people there that you've got some interest in this individual. You have to keep this quiet. Can I have access to his office desk? And it's the school's desk. It ain't Kohlberger's. You could swap things around his desk. You could swap the door handles of his cars. You could pick up soft drinks that he's left around. You could do
You
all
can get
kinds
his
of
trash
things
from his
without
dumpster.
violating his rights, man. And yet they didn't do any of that. And that's why I say, if that information was provided at the time of the warrant application, what's in the application would have been denied.
I think the most they probably could have done was gotten his trash.
Yep.
Because that's thrown away. At that point, you no longer own it. You're showing you don't want it. I think that's honestly the farthest that they could have gone.
Well, they would have
Or
had a
his
direct
door handle
sample
or
to
something.
compare that. They wouldn't have had to jerk around with driving across the country to get his DNA if they'd have done the investigation.
I agree with
I
that.
do agree with that.
Yeah, they had access to the public university, says CI.
Oh, this video I wanted to show you guys because this was, I'll be honest with you, back when like Willie had stated this before, I was in the same boat with him. When they arrested him, he had even said it, you know, we were at the very beginning like, okay, hang his ass, let's do this, be done with it, right? And that was in the very beginning, before we read anything, PCAs, any of this, any of that, boom, boom, boom. And then this video was released. And this was one of the things, and I'm going to play this again for us. And I just want your guys' opinions on different points of this, okay? Since we ended up on this subject again. It made me think of this. Surprise, you know, but whatever. I kind of wanted, since we have all these different minds up here, amazing minds, I wanted your guys' thoughts and opinions on the things about that I feel specific about, okay? So I appreciate it. And of course, if you guys don't want to do this or see this, just tell me and I'll shut it down and I'll shut my mouth.
No, go with it.
So now, like I said, this was one of the things that made me back up from the guilt train and kind of sit to the middle now. After I saw this, and once we watch this, I'm going to tell you why. And then I want your guys' thoughts.
You look creepy as shit right there. You saw that?
Oh,
Playing
him?
peekaboo. Playing
he's
peekaboo.
Yeah,
the very beginning of this video, dude.
Yes, the eyeball, like right. He does look freaking creepy. Okay, look at his face. I mean, it's
We all would look creepy if we looked around a corner like that.
I do agree.
He has the one eye, and he's like, "I see you."
Right.
You know what I mean? It was weird. It was definitely weird. All right, here we
I
go.
think he looks concerned or like a little.
He looks fine now, though. It was just that one shot.
Well,
Dead ass, though. That's the look he's got. Dead ass.
yeah, yeah,
Jesus.
Right there. Right there.
right there. Yo, you see?
Imagine that looking at you at night. Jesus.
Right. Hello, I see you. Can you see me? Yeah, that's weird.
See, I would have said big ass forehead, not eyebrows.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It definitely got a faux head, a 5 head, whatever you want to call it. All right, guys. He looks like he's thinking, what the F is going? Yeah, he looks a little nervous himself, but whatever. Then again, his faces have always been different, in my opinion, than what he's actually got going on. Like,
Yeah, well, he always has that look.
Yeah, there's faces of his that I've seen that make me think that he's like freaked out, but at the same time, he's very confidently, you know, he's fine. It's like, okay, well, whatever,
And
bro.
it's crazy because sometimes he looks like 40 and sometimes he looks like 12.
Yes, yes. Thank you. I thought I was the only one that ever thought that. I was embarrassed to
Camera
even
angles.
speak that out loud, but yeah,
Light, camera angles, all it is what plays into
Yes.
it. Obviously.
yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, here we go.
Hello, I am Officer Loangus. Stops being audio and video recorded. I think you know why I stopped you. You ran the red light.
What actually happened was I was stuck in the middle of the intersection.
Yeah,
So I was
I was
forced
behind
to
you the
turn
whole
left.
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, you're not supposed to enter the intersection at all for that reason, because if the light turns red, then you're stuck in the intersection, and then you run the red light. So that's the reason I stopped you. Do you have your license on you?
Yep.
Let's start with that. Does anybody know? Do we have
No.
any proof?
I mean, if he does, he was medicated.
Okay. And that's why I wanted to make sure. These are the things that we have been talking about for a year and some months now, that we don't know for facts, or we do know for facts. We need to clarify these things. That's a good point, Firefly. Because I don't know for a fact. And I'm glad you answered, Willie, because if he is, there was no medications based on what you had your so be it.
Yeah, but remember, everything I say is hearsay. So I'm just, from what I found out, he wasn't taking anything. He might have had something, but
Can I just say, there might be some rumors to him being like a clean freak. Like, my dash ain't looked like that in like 2 months since I cleaned that bitch. Like, there ain't a hair on that dash.
Right. I mean,
No,
one thing that was stated, and I can't remember what interview I heard it on, was that he was definitely OCD, and I am OCD. And seeing, that car, bro, I mean, as OCD as I am, the dashboard in my truck, it's still got dust. There's cigarette ashes from flying back in the window on it.
Sometimes that won't show up on an image of an automobile. Just so you know.
This is the cleanest car I've ever seen in my life. You're right.
You know what? I just noticed. Don't move off this screen, Dago.
Okay.
He got some girlfriends. Somehow or another. Look at this, a hair caught in the door.
I thought that was a scratch.
Oh, maybe it is a scratch.
Oh, I thought that was a scratch coming across the thing there, but
yeah.
If so, damn, Clue.
What?
Your name definitely fits you now. Look, this chick is like, that's a hair. I see that hair sticking out of there. I'm Illuminati. That's like eyeballs of an eagle. There you go. Yeah, I think that is a scratch, though.
I tell you something else I'd be interested to know is if this chick is the same chick that pulled over Enon.
I was wondering that myself the first time I saw this, because you see a slight glimpse, and the voice kind of reminded me a little bit of her.
She sounds like her.
Right. Good point. Good point. That'd be weird as hell.
Do you have the registration and insurance?
We just get this for you out.
You what?
I'm just gonna get this out for you.
Okay.
All right, now before we get into the actual interaction between the two of them, okay? I want to state something. We all heard the whole, oh my God, did you see how he acted towards the female cop? Oh my God, did you see his faces? And oh my God, did you see this?
What?
And oh my God, did you see that? All of that stuff that was said when this was first released. I heard all these. I heard a bunch of stories about people prejudging.
Right.
He's nicer than I would have been.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. If anybody remembers what the news put out about this and that, they were trying to say that he was looking the cop up and down and being weird and doing this and doing that. So if anybody remembers that stuff, keep that in the back of your mind, because I have something to say about that.
Because a man's not supposed to check out a hot chick in a uniform.
I know, that's bullshit. Like, get over yourself, lady.
Come on,
I've been married for 23 years, and every time I've ever seen a female cop, it's just an automatic look. Okay.
I couldn't take my eyes off the district attorney that prosecuted me. Okay.
You better not fucking do that. I'll kill you.
That chick was hot.
I'm gonna go forward with that.
So would you explain that to me a little bit further? So in Pennsylvania, when you're stuck like in their intersection, you have to make the left. So what would the appropriate thing for me to have done? Just
you're not supposed to block an intersection like that in Washington. So just by you blocking the intersection, that's technically a ticketable violation.
Okay. Tomboy said, hold up. What's up?
Very well spoken.
Very much so, yes.
I just see this personally is him awkwardly trying to talk his way out of a ticket. Right?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's just what I see when I watch this. Is just a guy that's not comfortable in the situation, but trying to talk his way out.
Well, yeah, it's somebody that knows law that's trying to wiggle his way out. That's why he brought up Pennsylvania.
Well, he's
But-
taking advantage of being a student and out of state, right? I mean, we've all done it.
I believed him because it's two different states, and it could be. I mean, I don't know what PA's laws are, but here, like, you can pull into that intersection and block it if the light is going to change, and if the light changes, from what I understand, if you're under that light and you're in the middle of it,
You got to go.
you're able
Yeah,
to
we
go.
do it.
Right, but
Yeah, we
you
do it
are
all the time
running,
here.
you are running a red light and doing that.
Eh,
The light is red and you're passing through the red. Whether you're middle, I don't think what she's saying is anything unusual or picking on anybody. In some states, I can understand that argument because you literally are running a red light. It doesn't matter where you started from.
Right,
Okay.
right.
You're going through a light that you know is red. Okay.
But I asked my cop friend about that one time after this all came out, and he said, honestly, it was like, truthfully, like what you just said. He was like, Joe, that's running a red light. He goes, but honestly, not many of us, if we see the situation, are going to pull you over for that. Come on now.
I made a left-hand turn onto a divided highway, so it was a road that was 4 lanes wide, 2 going each direction.
Yeah.
And I was pulled over because when I made my left-hand turn onto the road, I went to the furthest lane from me, and I was pulled over. And I was told that when you make a left-hand turn, you're supposed to turn into the nearest lane to you when you're crossing a divided highway. I didn't know that. I never heard of that before.
All I'm
And I
saying,
was like, oh, okay.
maybe
I mean, he didn't ticket me, but
maybe we're looking at this wrong, because if your cop friend is saying normally you wouldn't pull someone over for that, maybe it was her that's checking him out.
I mean,
maybe, probably not.
I know y'all have been pulled over by a cop because you've been hot. Like, come on.
Dago has.
Just me? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I don't think it goes the other way, unfortunately.
no.
And we're victimized.
Rarely
gender
see
wise
chick
for that.
cops.
I've been pulled over, and I was glad that I was pulled over because of the cop. I'll put it that way. That was a hell of an interaction, and my wife knows about it, so it's okay because she was in the car with me. So,
well, in that same instance when I was pulled over, he said, "Have you had anything to drink tonight?" And I looked right at him and I said, "I've had maybe 3 or 4 coffees." But when I said 3 or 4, his eyes started to grow.
right.
Coffees.
Coffees.
And the cop just looked at me.
That's
He goes,
funny.
I'll be right back. And he walked to his cruiser and ran my shit and then let me
Because
go.
they don't know how to react to that. That's funny.
Yeah.
And I think Firefly says, I think the out-of-state plates have a lot to do with him getting pulled over so much. And
Yeah.
I can agree with that. I do. Yeah.
But he's trying to get out of a ticket in a respectful way. Like, I would have been like, I do that shit all the time in PA, man. But he's like using big words and being respectful, at least.
There's only one part of what he says in this, and I remember it because it's the only thing I've heard him say that I felt like he was lying about because of something else I saw. But I'll save it till we get there.
Okay. Sounds good. Absolutely.
He could have said I would have put my car in reverse, but you were in the way. You were right behind me.
Right.
But that would have been wrong because I asked that friend about that, and I was like, so in a sense, then do we back up? And he was like, no. Then you will get pulled over because you're impeding traffic and could cause a motor vehicle accident. So no.
Well, what the hell are you supposed to do? Just sit there?
You're not supposed to. Yeah, you're not supposed to go into that intersection. He said, by law, you're supposed to heed to that yellow light. That's what he said to me.
Jesus.
And you're not supposed to be in a hurry to run through that yellow light. It's a caution light, which means to slow down, which means if that light hits, the light's going to be red quick. That's why they're timed like they are. You stop. They basically say you're supposed to stop at the yellow light, is in a sense what he told me. So, okay.
Pay heed.
Yes. That's it.
All right.
Over.
And then then you're running a red light, so it's another ticketable offense. So you're not supposed to proceed into the intersection until you can go, because a lot of people do what you just did, right? Is like you're sitting in the intersection waiting, and then turns, and then you're blocking. So
Yeah, there was a little bit of confusion with speeding because someone had stopped. I wasn't sure what they were doing, and then they put on their light to turn. So I thought that maybe they were letting me go through.
Oh,
Did you see that?
no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, like right before I made the turn, there was someone who like made a right, and they didn't have their, their signal on, so I wasn't sure if they were just waiting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would just advise just don't enter the intersection until you can go, so you don't get stuck. Let's see.
But in that situation, the best thing to do then would be back up, and not.
I don't know if there's a best thing to do in that situation, because you're either going to back up into somebody or you're going to run a red light. So,
He did
or
say
you're
it.
sitting in an intersection. There's not really a great option there.
Yeah, I was just slightly into the crosswalk, so where I'm from Pennsylvania, we actually don't have like crosswalks.
Oh,
so even if you're kind of slightly,
Bullshit.
there's a little bit more leeway as well. Like there are a few lines. Like there's.
That's what
I'm gonna call bullshit on that one.
But
Well,
but
if
where
I'm
he
not-
but he's right though. Where he's at up there's no crosswalks.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but when they showed the entrance into the community where he lived, was there not? Maybe I'm crazy, but I could swear there was a crosswalk.
No,
at
no,
the
no.
main
It's just
road.
no. It's just a
it's
gate.
not just your-
Are you
It's just
talking
a-
about in Washington or in Pennsylvania?
No, I'm talking about in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
No,
so
it's just a-
like
it's
you
just a
have to
gate.
secure the gate. Right?
Okay, I got
But
you.
I'm gonna tell you, I call bullshit because I know damn good and well you done drove yourself every day to DeSales University, and that is a college campus town. Campus, you know you have sat at a crosswalk.
There's crosswalks all through there. Yes, they
Yep.
have to.
But again, to be fair, I see what he's doing. You know.
No, I
He's
do
trying-
too.
for
I'm not
sure.
hating on him. I'm just saying.
Right.
There's one white line and there's another one in front. Like there's like a certain margin from which you can actually kind of put your vehicle, place your vehicle.
Yeah, so I know laws vary state to state, but there is a law in Washington for blocking an intersection like that, proceeding through when you don't, when you're just stalling. I forget the actual verbiage. I can find it for you, but it's like stalling, blocking an intersection.
Yeah, I'm just curious about the law. I don't mean to.
Oh no, yeah, I can
not,
find
like,
it for you.
disagreeing with
Yeah.
anything.
Mm-hmm. 1 second. That looks good on a Hyundai. I don't see Pennsylvania registration like at all. Okay, let's see. Expires November 22nd or 2022. Okay. And
Yeah, one of those is actually.
yeah, okay, that looks good. I'll hand that back to you. I'm just gonna go check your info. I'll try to find that RCW, the law for you, and I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right. Sierra 331 Cook 4 driver.
This was October 14th of 2022, guys. Oh, thank you, Barb.
Oh, look, she ran his license. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Last of Co, Burger, King, Ocean, Henry, Boy, Edward, Robert, George, Edward, Robert, First of Brian, Boy, Robert, Young, Adam, Nora, Middle C, Charles, date of birth 112194, Mare, Washington.
Clue's got a good question here.
Can you pause it, Digo?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Oh, I think it went away.
Smoke another one.
Tell me her dashboard don't look like Koberger's dashboard.
Well, I just in the steering wheel, it looked like there was no buttons.
On his car?
Yeah, like if you
No,
rewind
on
it.
her car, right? This is the cop car.
Oh, well, that's fucking weird. Why aren't there any buttons on the steering wheel? Like, did you not see what I was talking about?
Yeah,
It
I
looked
saw
like
what you're talking
holes.
about.
Right there?
No, it's in her car, so never mind.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
here.
right here.
You're looking at the wrong screen.
Oh shit, my bad.
Yeah, that's the
There's
cruiser.
buttons right there.
On the bottom?
There's buttons on that wheel, yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
I see the 4 at the top. I just don't see any in those little holes.
Right there.
Yeah,
There's a
they're-
number 4, number 2.
Y'all,
Yeah,
that's
they're there.
that's just written. It looks like they're empty though to me.
They're not.
Oh, I see. Like, no, they're black. I see them.
Yeah, they're not empty. But that dash looks similar to his Elantra, and I suspect that's a Ford that they're driving.
Now, if you go
Mhm.
back to right here, you can see it in the rearview mirror of his car. Hold on. Let me get to it again.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
It doesn't matter. It's,
see right there, there over here. I'm trying to figure out if that's a. I don't think it's an Elantra, but it's something along that. I think it's
Well,
an
don't you
Impala.
see it when she walks back towards the car?
Oh,
I
yeah.
know.
When she turned.
Yeah.
I didn't even look
Yeah.
at that. But sorry.
Huh.
All right. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Hold on.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, but it's interesting they got vehicles of a similar nature to the car that they suspect.
Right.
But it is
She got
what it
nice
is.
nails.
Yes,
Doesn't mean
you
it.
did. I was gonna say that
Really?
too.
I
Yes.
will say this about him, and completely just not trying to be non-biased about it, but just thinking if I walked up on this guy and just got a vibe from him, he would seem a little strange to me
Really?
Yep.
from this
He's always,
interaction.
he's always like that, dude. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
not
get
No
that.
matter if you were his friend for 10 years, 20, like that's just how he is.
his interaction just seems a little
Yep.
odd, right? It's just he's just an odd guy.
I don't
Yeah.
get that from him.
I think the
You know why?
interaction is if you put it in context that, like I said the other night, and people I don't think agreed with it, but when you're pulled over by a cop, do you feel protected or paranoid? You feel paranoid.
I don't.
No, I don't either.
I
Like,
think most people.
I do. The fuck?
That's
Yeah,
because
I
I
mean-
don't break no laws, though. So even
Wait,
driving.
yeah,
I'm
but
sorry. Aren't you
you're-
the one that says you don't register any
even
vehicles?
driving my car with it being illegal.
Right.
Oh,
You
yeah.
break
I'm
laws
still not
constantly.
paranoid. I'm not paranoid. Like, what's the worst that's gonna happen? You're gonna take me to fucking jail? I'll bail out. Like, I'm never paranoid with a cop ever.
She brought a fully assembled trampoline home on the roof of her car. She don't break laws.
I'm just saying, going to jail is not the worst thing in the world, right? Like,
Oh, no, it's the best.
Yeah, that's 3 hots and a cot. You can't go wrong.
I love it.
I don't know about that, but
I'll go back tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, let's play this thing because I'm going to get out of here in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
What were
Okay.
we playing this for?
I'm just gonna go check your info. I'll try to find that RCW, the law for you, and I'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, he seems like an okay guy to me there.
Yeah, I think that's an Impala.
Oh, okay. Chevy. They drive it to Chevy.
Yep. Or a Malibu. It's either an Impala or a
And you
Malibu.
Ford.
It's a Ford. It's got a Ford emblem in the steering wheel.
Listen, you could just see a second ago that those buttons aren't empty, Clue. In that clip, it showed the buttons more plain.
It's definitely not a Malibu or an Impala. It's a Ford.
It's probably one of those Fusions.
It's a Taurus. Is what
It's
it
a
is.
Ford Fusion or Taurus. Yeah.
Taurus, yeah, they're basic model
Do
cars.
they even make Tauruses anymore?
I don't think so.
Yes. Well, they did. They did a couple of years ago. They came back with them, but I don't know if they make like a 23 or 24
See, I thought
model.
they relabeled the 500.
I don't think. Yeah, 2019 they make.
Do they make the Tempos anymore?
Jesus, screwed God. Do they make a Chevette anymore?
That was a joke, by the way.
I know. So was my rebuttal.
Last of Co, Burger, King, Ocean, Henry, Boy, Edward, Robert, George, Edward, Robert, First of Brian, Boy, Robert, Young, Adam, Nora, Middle C, Charles, date of birth 112194, Mount Washington.
Surprised they allowed all that to come out. His name, spelling, and his birth date. Why didn't they bleep that?
He's a criminal.
Doesn't matter.
Because everybody
We
knew
already
it.
know it.
Identity theft.
She does have nice nails and hands.
Identity
And
theft.
Something's wrong with y'all. Oh my God.
I'm sitting there trying to read the text on this.
They're staring at
on
fucking
this
hands.
paper.
I got a thing for hands and nails. I'm sorry. That's my little fetish.
It's okay,
There
baby.
you go.
You don't want
I
man.
hate
You don't
when a
want
chick
man
has like
hands
no
grabbing
nail.
you.
That's because you got it good. You got the whole package. You
Damn
don't need
right.
to look.
Look at her. She's trying to figure out what law he broke.
She knows. What were we trying to derive? What were we trying to derive from this, Dago?
His mannerisms.
Because everybody had stated this is one of the things that was kind of my deciding factor that pushed me more towards the side of his innocence. By after I saw this, I kind of analyzed it and watched it multiple times, and I was like, and then everybody came out and they were like, oh, he was checking her out. He was being a pervert. He was this. He was weird. He was that. He was. I'm like, shut up. No, it wasn't that.
No,
it was.
it wasn't.
He was
I
thinking
think-
how to get the hell out of it.
In a sense, yeah. And I wanted everybody's opinions as to why. Well, as to what they thought of this, compared to what I thought of it. That's all.
I mean,
Well, you
to
can
be
kind of, I mean,
fair-
look at him. He's kind of staring off into like, as she's talking, he's staring, analyzing what she's saying.
Right.
You can see it.
And to be fair, could anybody really judge them? Because you guys are sitting here, she got nice nails, she got nice hands. It's a fucking guy thing.
The one thing
Exactly.
the one thing I would have to look at again and pay a little more attention to is it seems like he's very reserved about making eye contact with her.
Oh yeah.
No,
I
he
Really?
looked
I
up at
don't
her when
get
he was
that.
talking
He
to her.
looked
I
right
didn't
at
see
her.
that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
thought that until he stared at her for like 10 seconds.
Well, yeah, she's a good-looking woman.
We'll see it again when
How
we
the
go
hell
back.
do y'all know that?
I have no
Yeah.
idea.
Because she
I
has
don't know.
hot
I didn't say that.
She's
nails.
blonde-haired. She's blue-eyed. It's those video images that you say you can't make with your eyes closed. You sure
She can look like a frog, dude. No.
Right? She could look like a damn ocean
No.
sea turtle.
She
An
can be a
ocean
water
turtle.
buffalo. You don't know.
This could be a dude.
It's the benefit of turning someone around and having them face away from you.
Now,
What'd you
all
say?
I know
It could
is
be bigger than yours and mine, dude.
What did
To
you
be
say?
fair.
say that again.
No.
I meant Sarge. What did Sarge say?
I don't know.
That's the advantage of turning someone away from you.
Oh, I get that. Okay.
Yeah, Trampolino.
Jesus Christ.
I added the Italian end to it though, with the vowel, so you're good.
My God.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
It's a fugazi.
Yeah, speed this thing up so we don't got to get tortured with all of that nonsense.
Well, no, this is important.
Why?
Copy it should be in Elantra.
Right
Why?
there. Because I have a question about that. Did he register, like when he registers that car, do you not have to take your fucking registration in?
Well, but
Or do you fill it out yourself? Because if you fill it out
You
yourself,
sign it.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, how do they should pull the VIN number to give you a registration?
well,
So how is it pulling up under the wrong vehicle?
well, and yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to run the VIN when you register.
The only thing I could gather from that is that, like, some people here, at least in Ohio, if you have a car, say I have a 1985 Chevy Chevette, since you brought that up, okay, and I go buy a 2003 Chevy Silverado pickup truck, the plates that were on the Chevette, I can transfer those exact same plates over to the truck,
Mhm.
okay. So I had to wonder if he had this. I brought it back to that part so we could hear that again. If they had a car previously that was this previous vehicle, and that was what it was.
Yeah, but
maybe.
they should
And
like when you change your plate, you have to tell them what vehicle it's going on.
I mean, yeah, of course.
Yeah, they're
but
not.
So,
Yeah.
so that's my
Listen,
whole thing, right? Like, is
when
it?
when that car was sold the first time, the person that filled out the that information could have made a mistake.
Mhm.
But I think this goes to show that Mr. Kohlberger is the man of coincidence.
Right. That's my point.
He's the
right?
king of coincidences, interrupting his life.
Yes,
Yep.
Right?
I agree with that. Definitely.
King Coincidences should be his new name.
But this is where, for those of you that aren't familiar, where when she ran the plates, it came back as a different vehicle, and she says it should be an Elantra. Right. Right about here, I think. So, okay, here we go.
Go ahead.
Genesis license through Washington 11/2027. The vehicle is valid on a 2005 Hyundai Sonata.
She said a 2005 Hyundai Sonata. That's
Yeah,
what she said.
That's probably the plates that he transferred over.
That's what my thought has always been on that. That doesn't, nothing else makes any sense to me on that.
No, it doesn't.
And she, even if you listen to the dispatcher, she hesitated when she said it, almost as if she wasn't sure. Okay.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, but don't it kind of make you wonder why in the actual hell when he was pulled over in Moscow, like they wouldn't?
I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. I do. Absolutely. It's weird. Very, like Sarge said, though, the king of coincidence. Come on now. I mean, it's very strange. 05 Sonata is a POS car. I mean, we'll look it up after this and show you guys the difference in the vehicle. But
They're saying it's a piece of shit.
Will you play that one more time so I can hear that one more time? Because I think the closed caption might have actually got it right, and it doesn't say Sonata. It says she's like asking a model.
okay, yeah, hold on.
Go ahead.
Genesis license through Washington 11/2027. The vehicle valid on a 2005 Hyundai Sonata.
No, she says Sonata.
She did say 2005 Hyundai
It should
Sonata.
be in a lot.
She was like, Sonata?
And tells her it should be an Elantra.
Yeah, she said a 2005 Hyundai Sonata. Like she wasn't sure either, but that's not what closed caption picked up. The video called the Alabama 2500 the model. Like what the hell? I don't know. That was nothing like what I heard. Even slowed it down, but okay. Anyway.
Copy. It should be an Elantra. Reasons.
Copy, I'm gonna be it actually says sedan. Oh my bad.
What did she say?
She said it actually says sedan.
Yeah, so there it is. Boom.
Says sedan.
Never caught that before till tonight.
Yeah, so she's asking. She's
It's-
asking
yeah.
about the model, is what she's saying. Instead of Sonata, she's saying 2005 Hyundai, the model, and then she says it just says sedan.
Yeah, she corrected it.
See, that's I'm telling y'all, I don't care what nobody says.
2005?
That is, I don't care what nobody say. That is some weird, that is some sketchy shit right there. I don't care.
No,
because
I
I
think-
don't know how it is not pulling. You put a VIN number in, it pulls the year, make, and model of it. You put in Koberger's VIN number and see what comes up. It says 2015 Hyundai Elantra. So how do you register your vehicle without a model?
Well,
she ran the plate number though. She didn't run the VIN.
Exactly. So
I
if
think
that
she
plate was
corrected herself.
But that's when okay.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Clue. I
When
get
you
what
go
you're
to
saying.
the DMV, you got to tell them your VIN number. You got to tell them what kind of car you're driving. How do they register a car as solely a 2000 whatever sedan? They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, but I'm saying if his last car was a 2005 whatever, and that's what it's coming up as because he put those plates on this car. That'd be the only reason I'd see them getting it wrong.
No, and I could see that depending on when he bought that car, because I can't remember if they. I want to say it was like I thought it was 14, but it may. I mean, not 14. Shit.
15.
No, 21 or whenever it was, right? If
When
he
he
had
bought
bought
the
it,
actual car, yeah.
yeah. If that tag hadn't expired and he just threw it on the car and didn't actually go and register it to that car, I could see how that happens.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Well, sometimes it just takes the system to update too. You know, you could register everything, get pulled over the next day, and it still show up as your previous vehicle.
I just looked it up, and I looked up just to show me a Pennsylvania registration, and it does say on this, it gives a year make 2014 Toyota Type sedan. It says that on their registration.
Okay.
Okay,
Mhm.
I'll put So it does not say Cilantro. I think she misspoke. She saw the S and she knew it was a Hyundai. She probably owns a Cilantro herself.
She did say, she goes, oh yeah, our copy, yeah, it says sedan. So she corrected that. The only thing that got me was still weird was the year of the vehicle being an 05. And I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's Well, it's funny because she slipped up and said Sonata, and I don't know, when you brought up the Steve G interview the other day, he almost slipped up and said Sonata. He had to correct himself and say, remember that?
Yeah, I do.
So
he did that. Yeah, he did that twice. Actually,
he was like, and then he quickly.
I thought he was going to say cilantro, actually, but yeah,
I put a link in the YouTube room. I'll put one back here. It shows you the image of a Pennsylvania, and it does identify the Toyota as a sedan, not as a Toyota Corolla or a Civic.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pull that up as soon as this is done. And look, I see it back there now. Thanks, Sarge.
Yep, no problem. Right. Google is your friend sometimes. If you, I think there should actually be college courses on how to use Google properly. There should be college courses on how to search for data. Because it's not what you want to know; it's how you ask for it that matters more than anything else.
You could have just asked me. I would have told you what's on the registration.
I didn't know you were in Pennsylvania.
Yes, you did.
Well, I'm not. No, I didn't think it at all. No, I didn't know really.
I know.
I don't know that was ever mentioned. Well, no,
just
I didn't. But anyway, yeah. So that's just a slip of the tongue, I think, by the dispatcher.
So this is what they're back here doing the whole time.
Yeah, nothing. Waiting for someone to respond to it.
Getting shit wrong, trying to figure it out.
Meanwhile, you're on the verge of losing your job. But again, it was your fault for pulling into the intersection like that. So
exactly.
Right.
And then he was like, "How do I get out of this situation?" She was like, "I don't know."
Back into somebody. Someone's offering me a hamburger.
I wonder if he'd have been in a better situation if he'd have just told her he had the bubble guts.
Oh yeah, like had the shit real bad.
Good point. Good point.
Okay, so I found it. So I don't know what in Pennsylvania where you go to find laws, but in Washington it's called the Revised Code of Washington. So I'll try to turn my brightness up, but it's just called an RCW. So it's RCW 46.61.202. So it's no driver shall enter an intersection unless there is significant space on the other side of the intersection. To accommodate the vehicle, he is operating without obstructing the passage of other vehicles, despite any traffic control signal indications to proceed. So you had a green light, so you're thinking you can go, but you're blocking the intersection. So that's if you're ever curious in any laws in Washington, just Revised Code of Washington. So I'm not writing a ticket or anything like that today. I understand.
You know why?
Pennsylvania, but in the future, don't proceed through the intersection.
You know why she?
And get stopped for that.
Yeah, because he really didn't break a law.
No, do you know why she didn't write him a ticket?
Why?
Because the law allows for what he just did.
There you go.
Go back and listen to what she said. If you go back and listen to what she said, it's talking about not. There's distance between you and oncoming traffic. Just listen to what she says, and it's telling you that what he did isn't a violation of the traffic code.
Right.
That's why she's not writing the ticket.
But it's just called an RCW. So it's RCW 46.61.202. So it's no driver shall enter an intersection unless there is significant space on the other side of the intersection. To accommodate the vehicle, he is operating without obstructing the passage of other vehicles, despite any traffic control signal indications to proceed. So you had a green light, so you're thinking you can go, but you're blocking the intersection. Yeah. So that's if you're ever curious in any laws in Washington, just Revised Code of Washington. So I'm not writing a ticket or anything like that today. I understand you're from Pennsylvania, but in the future, don't proceed through the intersection. You can't get stopped for that alone unless you can clearly just clear it right away.
Okay.
So
See?
I understand.
you're just supposed to wait behind the white
See?
line. Drivers do it all the time. But
it never even occurred to me that was actually something
He
wrong.
learned
Because
his
you're right.
The fact that it was blocking the crosswalk, which is why
Yeah.
I went through.
and
was
states
right.
vary a lot from laws. Like Pennsylvania might not even have that law, but in Washington we do.
I'm actually just from a very rural area,
Hmm.
so we just don't have crosswalks.
Oh,
Unless I visit an area where there are
Gotcha.
crosswalks, and then it's not very frequent.
Yeah.
I do apologize if I was asking you too many questions about the law. I wasn't trying to
no, not at all. Like I understand you're not from here, so if you don't, a lot of people don't know a bunch of laws. Like I only know it because this is what I do. But yeah, if you're ever curious on any more laws, just RCW, and they can be hard to read because it's in like legal language. But hope that helps.
Definitely.
Yeah.
You don't ever.
You too.
Thanks.
He wasn't a dick at all.
No ring. He should have asked her out for a drink so they could review some of the laws he's unsure of.
Well, and I noticed that.
But dude, he was not a dick at all.
No, and he definitely makes more eye contact once he realizes she's not going to write him a ticket. So
yeah, and he's
Digger, you're
smarter than
muted.
her.
I know.
Actually-
I'm sitting there thinking she's like they're kind of hard to read, and I'm like, I think he's probably got it.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I mean, he was nice enough to get out of a ticket, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's
I
got.
don't see what they were talking about.
Yeah.
I had heard all of the responses to everybody seeing this and what they said before I saw it. And I go look at this and I'm like, what? Wait a minute. No. Like, he was very polite. He was not rude. He apologized because he thought he was being irritating to her. Respectful, this and that. He didn't like undress her with his eyes, as I saw a lot of people say that. I'm like, oh my God. He was looking at her uniform and the things on her uniform. I saw that. But if he did anything that anybody else would do, in my opinion, and that when I saw him,
boobies,
it gave me like a mindset of like the respect that he seemed to have for her as maybe a law enforcement officer, in a sense, by asking those questions and being that way. And that was when I said, wait a minute. And it just, for whatever reason, it made me back up from the guilt side of things a little bit more.
Not only did he didn't act awkward.
No.
He didn't stutter.
Nope.
He didn't have to repeat himself to explain himself.
No. He just
he was as comfortable as you're going to be.
Yes. Like,
now, Dago, have you compared this to the 2 traffic stops in, where was it, Indiana?
Yep.
Are his mannerisms the same?
Yeah.
Exactly the same damn way.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, dude. There's no way that guy, him right there, just got up one night. He was like, all right, I'm going to go take out people in a house. Sorry.
And that's why I'm asking you guys and showing you this, since we ended up on this subject again.
I'm not buying it.
Because this is what one of my deciding factors was to lean me away from he's guilty, by seeing his persona. Okay, if that makes any sense, the way that he reacts to people, the way that he acts. And if you do like watch this and then you watch the Indiana stops, what the hell, dude? This guy is so calm. He was very confident. He didn't act scared. He didn't act nervous. He wasn't being weird. I'm sorry what anybody thinks, but I don't think he was. And if anything else, that right there, Heather, is probably slightly true. That he could very possibly be slightly on a spectrum. I have a child that is. He does things that are a little offhanded sometimes that you would think like, what, that was a little different, but it's not that bad. Okay. So it is what it is. You know, that was why I wanted you guys to see that, and I wanted your guys' thoughts on it. So
yeah, I'm just not seeing it, man.
I don't either. I don't.
Sorry.
At all, in my opinion. So what about you, Cletus?
Clueless Cletus, are you there?
I don't think I mean, if I were standing there in front of him, he would not be giving me like creepy vibes.
No, me either.
No, it doesn't. There's nothing there that makes me thinks negatively of him, right? But I will say there's nothing there that makes that makes me in favor of his innocence either. I'm still middle of the road with this. You know what I mean?
And I
Oh
mean,
yeah, yeah, me
like,
too.
to be fair, I've asked this like a million times. If he wouldn't have been accused of this, would you look at him and think anything weird at all?
No,
Right. Yeah.
you wouldn't give him a
No,
second look.
you would just think he has
Right.
that weird look.
I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
even get
I don't
that
even
from
see a
him.
weird look. I don't
Oh,
think he
okay,
looks
I'm
weird
just,
at
I'm just,
all.
I'm just going
Thank
by what all
you.
his friends tell me. You know, they all still say, you know, even though they were his friends, they still know that he had that, you know, awkward. No, don't say weird. They say awkward look, like that awkward stare that he does sometimes.
I don't even get that. I feel like he has a very
Oh, I do.
dominating look about, like, like kind of like, it's just very
Like BTK.
Well, I mean, I kind of after watching the whole thing and starting it and thinking that he seemed
Yeah, one too.
but seeing the whole
He's always
thing,
had that weird look.
Yeah.
whole thing though, I kind of I think I kind of understand it. May be a situation where when he's thinking, he comes across as maybe a little odd, right? But then once he's comfortable, he seemed comfortable and completely, just at like
Right.
anybody else.
Even in
Yeah.
court hearings and stuff, in his interaction with his lawyers, I've never seen anything about the guy that would make me give him a second look.
No, in his court hearings for sure.
I
There's
agree
nothing
with
to me
you.
that stands out about the guy. He's just,
I
he's on a
agree, but
college,
here's the thing, guys, is that I agree with every bit of that, and that's partially why I have my feelings on it. But at the same time, we got to remember, like, Ted Bundy was like Mr. Suave. Okay, a lot of these people can be just as normal as you want them to be. At the same time, that's why it's hard to differentiate.
Yeah, but they have to have a past for it, man. This wasn't. Oh God, it irks me so
I
much.
understand. I get it, and I agree with you on that, Felicity, too.
The only way to have a past is to have a first time. So it's
right.
not
That's
impossible that he did this.
Right.
I'm honestly on the side that there isn't enough evidence to support a conviction on this kid. There just isn't.
I'm with you
There's
there.
too many holes.
As of
There's
right
too many
now,
open
definitely not.
holes in this. And I think their only thing to go with is the DNA. And I suspect the DNA itself, there's holes surrounding the DNA's process for identification.
Plus, there's other DNAs. So yeah, there's a big issue.
I don't think they've got a case here to convict this man.
No, they just have a body in jail right now to calm the community down.
Yep. I do
And the
agree.
longer this goes, the further away they'll be from ever having to go back to solve it. It'll be a cold case.
But they can't now because they knocked down their goddamn crime scene.
No, that crime scene's evidence is stored. I think people place rightly so.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
rightly
yeah, but I'm
so, you
saying,
place significance on the house, but you've got all the DNA, all the blood samples, all the pictures, all the photographs.
I understand. I understand you don't look at the house as a big deal, but when they want to try to convict 2-3 other people for this and they don't have a crime scene, it's going to be a big deal, dude. Sorry.
It might come from a tip. I mean, sometimes these cold cases are solved because of a tip. And usually, so you folks, you probably know this, usually you convict yourself. Most cases are settled by during an interrogation and a questioning. The people admit they did it. Right?
Yeah.
More often than not. And a lot of cold cases get solved that way. Most of them. So
well, that's why my question, why they never brought him in for any kind of questioning or anything. If they question hundreds of other people, what the hell's the big deal of just another number on your list?
Right.
And if
yeah.
Well, I
if
think
he would have spilled the beans, then you wouldn't be grasping at straws right now.
They could have asked him friendly. Can we look at your vehicle?
Yeah.
And he
seems like a guy that would have let him. Like, sure.
Right. We're looking for a Hyundai Elantra. We want to eliminate you, Mr. Kohlberg. And I know you're in school and stuff, and you applied to us. You give us a minute to go through your car. Do you mind? No. Go ahead.
But you would think they would pull up his body cam and go over it. If they're like looking into him and they see his mannerism, they're like, oh, he seems like and he signed up to volunteer. Maybe he will, talk to us. Let's try to bring him in. He seems like a reasonable guy.
Can you hear us?
Yep, now I can.
Yep.
Yeah, it kicked us off for some reason.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't hope it wasn't me, but go ahead, Heather. Whatever your
Willie
point.
Willie just dropped.
No, he's here.
I did.
That was Clue.
Oh, Clue dropped. Somebody dropped. I don't know.
Yeah.
You had
Yeah.
a picture up. Now you got nothing up. There,
This city
Bruce.
says it seems
I
like he
don't.
made the officer nervous for some reason from
There's
the
clue.
video. And I think it could have been because of the fact that he questioned what she was saying, and in turn she questioned herself. That's why she
Yeah,
goes.
no, I that's what I think too.
Yeah.
Can I
She got
say,
that thing
No.
out having to look for laws and then had to pull it up on her phone.
Listy J said it seems like he made the officer nervous, and I'm going to tell you why he made him nervous. Or nervous is because when she started reading the law to him, she's starting to realize that there isn't a violation here.
Yeah.
It says right in there that if there's a significant difference between you and the other traffic, irrelevant of the signals.
Fucking hate you,
setting.
bro.
Okay. In other words, when you go read what she read to him, she's realizing, I think, as the police officer, she shouldn't have pulled the guy over. That's where I think she was getting nervous.
Yeah, as she's talking, she's realizing it. She's like,
Yes. And Koberger didn't get a big smile on his face and say, "See, I told you."
Right.
He just moved on with it. He was cool. I would have thrown it in your face.
that's what I mean. He was way more respectful than I would have been. I would have been like, "Told you, bitch." Exactly.
So you pulled me over for nothing.
Yep. I would have been like, "Give me your badge number, honey."
Yeah. What are you doing? Says,
Yeah, but he was like, "I
reading it to me."
apologize. I was just trying to understand your law. Have a great day." Like, what? That's the dude. Fuck out of here.
Right.
I ain't buying it.
You can't block the intersection. No, that's what she was saying. Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, Heather,
But
you can
enter an intersection. Listen, you're calling it blocking. The law says if you enter an intersection, there's a significant difference between you and other vehicles, irrespective of the signals setting.
Right. Yeah.
Proceed through it, basically.
Absolutely.
And so he didn't break a law there.
I didn't believe so either. I agree with that. Welcome, Heather. Thank you for joining us tonight. Can you hear me? Hello.
Hello.
It's bracken.
Heather B. Is your last name Berger? Is it Heather Berger?
No,
Heather
it's
Berg. Can you hear me, Heather?
Yes.
There you go. There we go. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
I feel like I'm on the price right. Yes.
Well, come on now. You're the next contestant on it. Day Goes Wrong.
Hollywood Squares. This is the Hollywood Squares up here.
It was wrong.
It was wrong.
Right. All right. So what can we do for you tonight, Miss Heather?
It's a tablet bomb.
So if I can just go back to them destroying the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
So do I have an echo?
Nope.
Okay.
You sound great.
Okay.
You can talk a little bit louder if you can, but other than that, you're fine.
You might have a delay though.
I do have a delay.
Delay. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Willie.
So, with the VR and them tearing down the crime scene, I work at in pediatric research, and one of the side effects is nausea and dizziness and disorientation. And so I'm wondering if there are jurors who are not going to be able to handle this, and then what are they going to do?
That's a good point. You are right.
That's why they have the backups, though, right?
Yeah, but how many backups do you have?
You mean like handle the pictures? Or
Yeah, it's
Yeah, but to be fair, I think it depends on what you're doing. Like if you're on a roller coaster, yeah, you'll be sick as shit to your stomach. But just walking, like we've done that, just walking through places.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't get sick, but that's just us, right?
Yeah.
But I think that's also why they have a backup or two or whatever, however many backup jurors.
Well, and I would think it would probably be a jury selection question, right? Have you used a VR? Are you familiar with VR?
Yeah, but how many people? I mean, if you go out in public and take a survey, how many people have really sat there and put on a VR headset? So Like, is that how they're going to pick their jury? If you never use a VR, we're not going to use you.
No,
I think
I mean, I can
VR
tell
is
you,
just-
I don't know anyone that hasn't.
I've never used
No,
a
I
VR,
do.
but it's just a visual aid. I mean, it's not like they're asking you to do math or anything.
no, but it's a completely
it's
different experience
different.
when you put
Hell
the
yeah.
mask on. It's kind of wild the first time if you've never done it before, and you it's a little wild.
I personally can't handle it. I've had brain surgery, and so that has a lot to do with it. Some things mine's on top, Dago. But some of the kiddos that we work with in this study that we're doing, instead of sedating the kids, we are putting VR headsets on them to make it more comfortable for them to have an MRI. And these kiddos are little. We're talking, kids 1 and up. And some of the side effects that we're finding is, yes, it's safer because they're not getting those anesthesia drugs, but
Right.
they are complaining about nausea and dizziness. And then also the research that I've done, just ancillary research, it is a side effect. And so when they were tearing the crime scene down, that was one of the things that struck me, is that, okay, say you do get this farmer as a juror, the proverbial farmer that everyone's talking about. This guy has probably never put on a VR headset,
Right.
and it, sets off vertigo. Or then what? Then all they have to go off of is the crime scene photos. And I was, is that going to be enough? That's all. That's the point I want to make.
First person video games. That to me, there's a warning on those video games that could cause epileptic seizures.
Yeah, and some people aren't going to be able to answer. Like Licity said, they're going to put that question in the questionnaire for the jurors. Some people aren't going to be able to answer that because they've never experienced it. Therefore, they don't know how they're going to handle it either. So,
But to be fair, farmers aren't like, what they were back then, overalls with outhouses and no electricity and blah, blah, blah. I mean, they have, high tech shit, dude,
They do.
I get that, but people are saying when they're describing this farmer that they're hoping he's this farmer is too busy working out on his farm, that he's going to be impartial because
he's not going to be biased because he hasn't seen it, right?
Yeah. So what I'm getting at is, and that seems unfair. I know they have parameters where they're going to roll out jurors anyway, but I just see this kind of being a problem, even if they don't know what it feels like, and maybe they have children and they're aware of the technology. Once you put that headset on, it's a whole different ball game. And I mean, I wonder how that's going to affect.
They can also play that.
My daughter's grandfather was sick for 3 days after I put, he played it for maybe 15, 20 minutes, and he said he didn't feel right for like 3 days.
No, I can't do it.
My wife can't do it because she had a form of epilepsy when she was younger, and she still has issues with like strobe lights and things like that, and they will set her into that feeling again. Okay. Absolutely. And she put one on one time for literally like 30 seconds and said, I can't do this. It immediately made her feel funky. So she was like, no. It's just one of them things, and they may run into that. I agree with you. That's a good point, Heather. The thing is they do have alternates for the jury selection, but how many? You know what I mean? What if the whole crew of them can't handle it? That's weird.
Yeah.
But to me, I mean, are there all going to be 20-year-old kids that, know how to use virtual reality like the back of their hand?
That's mainly the prosecution's. It may be the prosecution's issue more than the defense.
Yes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's going to be, it is going to be an issue in a sense. And it's a really good point, Heather. I appreciate you bringing that up.
But again, it's their own fault because they were okay with the house coming down. So
I get it.
They got to deal with that shit.
Yeah.
I think it's going to cause delays. If anything, it's going to cause more delays in the trial. I think, but Licity's right though. At the same time, they're probably going to have to test them out on a jury pool potentially, because she's right. It can trigger migraines, epilepsy, eye strain. It causes all sorts of like.
But that's what I mean, Dago. With all these complications, if this is the future of how they're going to convict people, why are they testing it out on such a big case like this? Why not test it out on like a smaller scale?
You got to figure it out somewhere, and why not here?
Well,
because
on a quadruple homicide. That's intelligent.
It's not the first case they've used virtual reality in.
What other ones have they used it in?
I'll start looking it up, but I suspect
I've heard that there's been other cases. Yeah.
It's not.
Everybody's telling me this is like their first.
Probably the first big like quadruple. You know what I mean? Like
so wait. There's another case where they knocked down the crime scene and they're reinventing it with the virtual reality. You're saying
there's another case that you can watch.
Show me.
That they used the Faro technology. It was an older case, so I'm sure that the technology has come a long way, but it's the Christopher McNabb trial out of Tennessee where the infant was killed, the 2-week-old infant. And if they did it that way and put it up on a screen, I think that people could probably handle that, because I watched that whole trial and the technology is amazing, but then they bring these VR headsets into the ball game. And if this is the case where these symptoms do trigger, where these VR headsets do trigger these symptoms, I mean, are we going to have a bunch of, XYZ, Gen, whatever, a bunch of 20-year-olds sitting on the jury? I mean, these kids can barely support, get by in life right now because everything's not real to them. Everything is virtual. And so I don't know. It scares me a little bit, but the house is down. It's neither here nor there, but it's just a point that I wanted to bring up.
No, it's a great point. It really is, because I didn't even think of that, to be honest with you. Very, very interesting theory behind it too. Like, how is it going to play out? I'm curious. There's going to be a lot of hurdles, in my opinion.
Oh my God, yeah. There's going to be a lot of grounds for appeals too.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
A lot.
Of course. Yeah. Are you talking about this here, Heather? This case?
Yes.
Yeah. This was crazy. Very, very, very nuts. I don't know if you guys.
Who's that?
That's Christopher McNabb, and they were using a lot of meth. They had a 2-week-old baby, and it never came out, but he basically beat this baby to death and then put it in a bag, and then that's their trailer. So if you guys are interested in what the Faro technology looks like, go into that trial and watch. And they had done, because they wanted to see how long it would have taken him to take the baby out back, bury her, get back to the trailer, such and such, the distance from the road. There's all these different aspects of it, but you can get a taste for what the Faro looks like on that trial. It's a sad trial. It's horrible.
Very sad.
Right.
Very
With virtual reality, they're going to try to show that within the 8 minutes allotted that the crime could have been carried out. They could actually create that in virtual reality.
Yes, yes, sir.
Well, they got 3. I'm giving them 3.
I got to jump off, and I can't say thank you enough for bringing me up or let me on.
Always
meet you there, Heather. And,
you too. Friday, we should get together and have a hamburger sometime.
The burger. The burger. All right, folks. Have a good night.
It's always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to seeing you again soon.
Bye.
Dago, are you going to play this? Are you going to try to find
That's what I'm doing. I'm kind of scanning through here a little bit now, trying to see it if I can see it. Bits and pieces. I'm trying to see where they may show some of that for you guys to see. This was sad. This whole thing was just horribly.
It was sickening. Well, thanks for letting me hop on. I'll hop off so someone else can hop on, but it was good talking to you guys.
Always. You're always welcome to jump up anytime, Heather, to express any views, thoughts, theories, opinions, anything. And I appreciate it very much. I love hearing from you guys.
Thanks, Dago. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
This is part of what they're. what they're talking about. So this is their trailer where this all happened. Okay. And then as you go forward, hold on a minute here. Make sure that you guys can get just a little piece of this. It's hard to watch this trial and listen to this crap.
I'm not watching that shit. I'll get pissed off.
These people were just sick.
No,
I was pissed off that dude had an Alabama hat on.
Yeah, I know. It's disgusting. All right, here we go. A little bit of this.
At all of forced entry in connection with this door?
To the back door, no, I did not.
And what about in connection with the other door, the front door, or what you call the back door?
No, there was no forced entry notated on any doors or windows to the mobile home.
States Exhibit 33, I wanted you to comment on where that couch is in relation to the back.
Okay, so technology is definitely better. In my opinion, at least, than it was for this. It's going to be a little bit better, but this is where they're showing how they do this. Okay, and you'll see down at the bottom of the screen, it'll pop up and it'll show I'm trying to think of the right word for this. The things that are part of this virtual stuff. It'll show you how it works in some sense.
Porch door.
The couch.
Okay, down there at the bottom, you see that.
Mm-hmm.
And you say print. Oh, that's part of this whole program stuff.
Was right here. The one where they use the front, what they call the front door, will be over in this area.
So, in essence, how this is going to work, for instance, off of this type stuff, okay? They'll go in, and this is just my opinion on how they're going to do it, but they'll go in, they'll show you the inside of the home as they have the pictures that they've taken and rendered for this, and they'll have these same type arrows and stuff, and they'll show like where, good God, I hate when I do this. Bethany was located, Dylan's room was, as compared to where Xana's room, Kaylee and Maddie were listed, and so on and so forth. And you'll see labels and stuff like this as to where everything is.
I'm curious where they're going to put an arrow where he parked. I'm just saying. I'm curious.
I know, Licity. I'm just giving like examples of what this is. Because you really can't show like what you see in the thing through a camera. So
the bedroom where the children were at was back here, and this right here is the other door leading outside.
The difference with this is when you put on that VR headset, guys, for those of you that aren't like familiar, you'll actually be able to put yourself, they'll be inside that home. Like if I were to put one on right now, I had somebody do this early on in the case. Kim Marin, she's one of the community members here. She has the VR headset. She said she was able to walk into my living room, stand next to me while I was live. Okay. Which was weird to me, but, and she could look around and see what's in my living room while I'm sitting in there. So they're going to be able to do that inside this house and see exactly like as if they're standing in the home. It's just very strange. Oh yeah, that's what they're saying that they were going to do, Licity, was use the VR for it. That's why they did the 3D models and everything that they did to you be able to use that kind of stuff, which I think is quite interesting.
And so from the sofa area where you indicated Mr. McNabb and Miss Bell had slept, I guess in the hours leading up to finding their daughter missing, that sofa area is just feet away from either door, really.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the only two ways that somebody could have entered that trailer on the morning of the 7th?
That's the only two entry doors leading in from the outside.
The finding of the body.
Because we were supposed to go to meet up with the search party that morning anyway.
Did y'all meet up with the search party?
Yes, ma'am. Me and Diane did. We dropped them off.
Okay, why did you drop them off there?
Courtney was having a hard time. She wanted to get high. So
y'all were going. You and your fiance Diane were going to search for the baby with Courtney and Chris.
Good point, Licity.
They wanted to come. They was gonna come, but Courtney wanted to stop at Pam's and get high.
Sad son of a bitch.
Where they've already been looking?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
On the 8th of October, after the police had announced the ending of their search, a group of locals gathered to search the area by themselves. They went around and started searching in the wooded area right in the back of the trailer park where the couple was living at the time.
And you said this here is the trailer park, correct? Okay, so we started up this way and searched.
Don't worry about it, Bombshell. I'm going to bring it down. It's not that important to show it. I know a lot of people get upset with this, and my apologies if anybody did. One sec. This one is rough. It's hard for me to even watch. It was a really sick thing. It really drugged me.
Is it over?
Yeah, this is old.
So what happened? What the guy get? Who got convicted?
I can't remember how the outcome was. I started watching some of it and I never got to follow through. Does anybody remember the end result to this scenario?
I just want to know if somebody went to jail or not.
Hold on. Oh yeah, hold on a minute.
Shit's disgusting, man.
Guys, I think we're gonna hop down. Thanks for having us up. There you go.
Fine then.
Later.
It's bedtime.
Yeah.
All soft.
Yeah.
He's soft, but
just around the middle.
All good. It's all good. I appreciate you guys.
All right. See you guys.
thank you. Good night.
Have a great one. Okay, let me see if this helps you guys a little bit. This is considered a VR case. Kind of like a example of what a situation would be like in some senses.
Welcome back to VR Court. Judge Ekron sitting to hear the crimes against
Obviously, it's not going to be this comedic, but
Mr. Dark Warrior. Now, we have on the lead prosecution Mr. Snowflake, a lawyer just out of law school, and we have on the defense Mr. Troop, also a lawyer out of law school. For such a serious case, I was hoping the state would provide me.
But do you see how?
You see how it's glitching like that? Like, is that like?
I think that the newer stuff, especially considering what they're going to be dealing with, is way better than this. I'm just giving you guys a little.
Yeah, but
let me see if I can find a better variation.
It's still such a big risk, man. Huge risk, in my opinion. Well, why not just do it? I mean, why not just do it? I mean, if the way we just watched during that trial worked and it got people convicted, why not just do it that way?
I mean, yeah, no, I get it.
You know?
Okay, let me see if this works.
Instead of having like weak characters walking around with each other.
Okay, now there's a game. I'm not really much of a gamer, but there's a game. Welcome, JC. Thank you for joining us tonight, hon.
Hi, Dago. Thanks for having me.
Always, anytime. But there's
a game. Yeah, which one are you talking about?
There's two actually. There's one called Phasmophobic, and then there's one called I haven't looked into it yet, but it's basically nothing but that. It's like a CSI game, and it's through your PC, and it's all that stuff, and it's like crazy from the graphics I saw on it.
Yeah, I used to play Population 1 and another game, but dude, I'm telling you, it's fun. It's just finding the time to sit there and look like an idiot for an hour or two, swinging at the air and shit.
I can't afford it. My son wants one in a bad way.
I only played it a couple times.
Yes, Heather, I heard that they did make a Sims house out of the King Road house. That I didn't even know how to respond, but I've heard that.
Jesus.
Anna says, which witnesses do you think will be important for BK's defense? Definitely Bethany Funk, probably both Bethany and Dylan's opinion.
Dylan and Bethany, yeah.
Right. Okay. Real quick, welcome JC again. Thank you for doing this. Please. Can you turn your mic up just a little bit? You're kind of quiet.
Is that better?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. I guess my question is this VR kind of like the only option they have now that they tore the house down?
As far as I know, yes. I mean, other than just doing a visual walkthrough on like a computer screen of pictures that they took or videos.
Tour.
That's it. As far as I know, that's all they have.
Crazy.
That is
This,
crazy. That is
it is.
absolutely nuts.
This video here is criminal law students, I believe, or forensic students, how they used it in a potential crime scene, and it shows kind of the standardized scenario and what effect it has and how it works. I'll show you guys this a little bit. It's definitely interesting topic too. Hell, I may just do a whole thing on this. Go ahead, JC.
On the flip side, though, can't they be pretty accurate? I mean, very, very accurate.
Absolutely. I mean, they that's the whole basis of it. But as we know,
I don't.
anything
It could also go very, very wrong.
Yeah, anything computerized can glitch. That's fact.
And people can hack shit, like I said, as we saw with people hopping in that Zoom that nobody thought that people were able to hop in. It's the same thing, man.
Yeah, I would imagine though that these are going to be like on a very high, like.
Yeah, it's going to be behind a fire.
Yeah,
but still, nothing's not. Nothing is 100% non-hackable. Trust me.
No. The best scenario, absolute best scenario, is to have the crime scene available to be there.
Yeah.
Which is not an option anymore.
Like I can be in there, like I can be sitting in the like where the public's sitting with a flipper zero, and I can sit there and control, everything in that courtroom if I really wanted to. So if people want to, they can hack that shit. It's just basic technology,
anybody
really.
with any kind of computer knowledge can do pretty much what they want, when they want, how they want. Like I said, I'm sure that they're going to be locked down and people are going to be monitoring and this and that and everything else. This is not what I was trying to show you guys. I'm sorry. Did you have any other specific questions or statements, JC, you wanted to add to this, or?
No, I guess I just want to say, like, Willie just brings up some serious, like, deep questions that and like a lot of people don't ask
I agree.
those kinds of questions, and
I
Willie,
agree.
I don't know where you get your thought process, but your questions are very intelligent and very interesting and make people think, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you. I'm just, like I said, I'm just generally, I'm just like generally confused, just like everybody else. So that's why I have these, questions. So I'm trying to put myself in, a jury member's shoes that they don't know nothing about this case. They know nothing about nothing, and this is what they're going to be asked to do. And I think it's a tall task. And then asked to convict that person from that.
Well, yeah, and like have any knowledge of this sort of stuff, like you're going to be overwhelmed, and then you're expected to make a decision.
Right.
Basically, if you have.
I'm glad you brought that up, JC. And yeah, that's a good point, because here's what my thought is.
I mean, that'd be like me being on the jury. Like, I don't know anything about this stuff. Like,
Right. How comfortable do you guys think they're going to be? Like the jury themselves, if they're doing this right here, for instance, this is what this is, in essence, okay? If they're doing this and they're sitting here on a jury and they have to make a decision based on basically kind of video gaming their way through this, are you going to be comfortable as a juror making a decision on a death penalty case with this type of a scenario going on?
But that's what I mean. If they don't feel comfortable and it's a hung jury, he's found not guilty, and then they ask those jurors, well, if you were able to go to the physical scene, would you have gone the other way? And I'm sure they're going to say yes. So that's why I don't understand why they would handcuff themselves.
At that point, they can only say maybe, because they don't know.
Well, I'm just talking like the guy in the Darlie Routier trial that, they only played her shooting the silly string. They didn't play the full video, and they asked him if you saw the full video, and you could tell. I mean, like you said, he didn't say, yeah, I would have, but he said it. I probably would have, I would have thought more about it, and who wouldn't? Physical, being somewhere physically, I don't care how cool that VR headset is. It's not the same as in real life.
No, right.
You can't feel the,
And like we were talking before, like even like, seeing, if Dylan and Bethany give their testimony and we're not able to see it, the visual body language says a lot.
I agree.
But my question is if there's carpets, if there's beds, if there's couches, if there's, I mean, all that shit is going to suppress noise. How can you recreate that in a VR world with the sound being 100%, traveling as it would in real life? I just don't see how that's remotely possible.
Thank you, Doodle. That's a good
Because
point.
if they went in to get 3D of because they said they went in to get 3D and audio of the home when they went back, after they were supposed to knock it down the first time, and if that's what they're going to base their model off of, how is an empty house the same thing as a house full of shit? Everything echoes more. Everything's more. So like, I'm very curious on how they're going to set this whole scene up.
Oh yeah, to the point where the exact volume and the exact frequency of the noise is. I mean, it could come down to that, like, because the frequency is gonna affect the muffledness. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't
absolutely. It's like yelling into a pillow.
Yeah, like, did Dylan hear this? Absolutely. Did Dylan hear this 50%? Did she hear a muffle? Did she hear it 25%? Did she hear it 5%?
You're not gonna know that. That's exactly it. You're right, JC. You're not gonna know that until you're there, in my opinion, to be able to experience that.
And now it's not even gonna.
That's a good point too, Mandy. So is the goal to make more fearful cops than we already have? That's a good point too. They're saying that this is the wave of the future, but is it? Is it really?
It's scary, to be honest with you, that they'd rather use this than the physical thing.
I mean, if you're this is basically, in a sense, what they're going to see. They're going to see the victims inside the home, in the places that they were found, things like this. They're going to walk through the home virtually and look at these things and see it like this. It just, to me, doesn't seem.
No, it kind of like dehumanize. I mean, it's weird to say, but it like dehumanizes them. Like, I don't like it.
Yes, this is what they would be using. These are the actual the VR things that they use for this. Okay, what's up, Ash? Good to see you, hon. So yeah, guys, it's an odd thing. I'm sorry, it's weird.
Yeah, no,
and I'm just not. I would never be, as a juror, I would never be comfortable in this situation personally.
No, especially if you're trying to explain to me the timeline in a virtual reality world where it's probably definitely not going to make sense to me. Yeah, I don't.
The other thing is they have to get the timeline to match up with the.
Yeah. That's another thing too. How do you do that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, do you have the
proven if this crime can be committed in 8 minutes?
Right, and here's another good point, real quick. Anna Paula, thank you for this, hon. The True Crime Cafe with Dago. In my opinion, Anne didn't. You can just call me Dago, and you don't have to put my whole name in there. But Anne didn't care about demolishing the house because there are endless doubts even before the crime scene, and this technology could be beneficial to BK. Right, and that's another thing.
Could be beneficial for him.
I personally feel that it was a good thing for the defense to tear the house down, because if there if there are these issues and or these mistakes and whatnot, that's going to go on his side of things.
Exactly. That's why everybody was like, "Oh, but Anne agreed to have it knocked down." No shit, she agreed. I'd agree too.
Well, and the prosecution didn't care either, because they're
remember, they have to prove guilt. He doesn't have to prove they have to prove the guilt. So if they want to make it harder on themselves, I'd let them.
Yeah, agreed. Go ahead with what you were saying, JC. I didn't hear you.
But also, it's gonna hurt him too, though. I mean, in a way.
I mean, I don't know. Why do you think that?
It could hurt him because I don't really know. I just think that I just hope they got all the DNA out of the house that they needed.
Maybe because the crime scene's not there to show that he wasn't there, if they're trying to defend that aspect of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know why? You know why
But
I
then
tell them to knock it
also
down?
the other thing is like they're gonna have to prove a man of his stature. They're gonna definitely have to prove his stature and his like body type and like if he can move. You know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah, absolutely. I got you.
Well, to me, are they going to have like a point of view camera showing his route that he took and how he got out of there with no DNA on him? Like, this is going to be very interesting.
It is. It's gonna be. I told you guys before, and I wasn't bullshitting. This is gonna change law, time. It's gonna change everything, folks. It's really this is at one point in time, the O.J. Simpson case was the be all end all. That's that was it.
Oh yeah.
This has definitely replaced that case in all aspects. Okay, because there are so many little roadblocks now with this case, and there have been.
Well,
Okay?
it's like 25. It's like 25 years later, or
Yeah.
maybe 30 years later. I don't know.
Definitely. And now we have all these new scenarios that have happened with this case. And there's been so many little, just like in my opinion, the Delphi case. Okay. That one is gonna change things too in a lot of ways because of the way that's going down too. So it's gonna I don't think it's gonna change the law. I don't want to say it that way. It's gonna go into the books as it's gonna change the way things are approached. It's gonna change the way that things are handled in some senses, I think. Excuse me, for trials and stuff like that. That's my opinion.
You think that it's going to change because isn't there like already laws that say if you you can't but you have so many it's going to change how many hours, minutes you have to report a crime?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because this 8-hour timeline, I get it. I understand it. We'll have to hear her testimony on it, but I mean, it could change the game on how long you have to report when something like this happens if you are a witness.
Yep, that's right. And yes, DL, you're right. The OJ case was completely open to the public. The whole thing. I watched the whole thing way back then. From day one to the last day of it, we saw it all. This one's not. And you're right. So that's what the concern is because we're not going to see everything and hear everything that is part of this, which is what that kind of bothers me a bit. I'll be honest with you.
Well, there you go. Now this is what I would do, and this is why I would tell them to knock down the crime scene. Is she allowed to show the video of the demolition to the jury?
I mean, I'm sure if they request it.
So there you go. So I don't know how. Like I said, in my opinion, that's why this helps them because I'd play that and say, here, look, this is what they did with your crime scene, and show it being tore down. It doesn't hurt them.
She might do it.
I would.
It makes sense
because we all know how we felt seeing that. So.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%. Hold on a second here, just to give you another look too. And again, guys, Vicky made a good point. This is not a video game. I don't want anybody thinking this is just a game. It's really not. It just because of the way it looks. Get it? I got it. Okay. But it's not. It's definitely not. This is kind of in a sense what it's going to be about. Just because it looks like a video game, it's not a game. It's real deal. It's real life. It's the real thing, and it's being used a lot more often than we thought.
Wait, this isn't a game? It says it's on the Oculus Quest 2. I have the Oculus Quest 2.
VR crime. This is what this is. I'm saying in what they're using in the court, it's not a game. Okay.
If this is a game, I might have to put it back on.
They do have games for this, though. You see what I'm saying?
It's been a while since I played, man.
I've never played this. I've never used this. I've heard about it. I would
Look at
love
that,
to
though.
try it. I know.
What's it called?
This one I don't know. This is
Oh my gosh.
Okay,
oh my god.
Today we are solving a murder mystery in mixed reality quest. Check out Home Detective here. Yeah, that's what this is. Now, like I said, I'm not saying it's going to be exactly like this. I'm giving you guys some examples of what the VR side
No, it's going to be pretty. I mean, it should be something damn near close to this.
Right, I'm sure it is, but it's not going to be exactly like this version itself, is what I mean.
Yeah. It's only going to show one latent print, not all these.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I mean, and it's just a little bit unnerving, guys. It is. That's all. Which is one of the main reasons why I supported the house staying. Thank you, Ashley. Only because I think it's that important. I really do.
Yeah, but who was a genius that was like, hey, let's have to recreate the whole thing in a virtual world and knock the house down rather than just waiting. Like, this looks like a pain in the ass, dude.
When it was talked about initially, both sides had to say, okay, this is what we're gonna have to do then to cover this.
Yeah, but the prosecution, I mean, it should never even been both. Screw both sides, because the defense agreeing to it, I understand, but the prosecution, like, they're the ones that have to now build this whole world and do all. They have to now do a hell of a lot more work for
what they, yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Right. And Heather says there comes the university with their big ass computer. Right. That's what we talked about last night with that stupid Vulcan computer.
Yeah.
I mean, there it is. You know, I don't know, guys. It's really unnerving to me that this is our future in some senses, especially with this case.
This is also like why we have like fearless kids these days, because this is what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like this stuff is getting into their heads, and that's why I think we have more mass school shootings, and you know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, because they don't, like, they just got to be proven that, like, they don't feel, because like in these video games, like, you can shoot somebody, they get back up. Like, they don't understand like the finality of things, and that's why we have the issues that we do today, I believe.
I don't think so. I don't think video, no, because like GTA has been around for a while, and like it's killing people and stealing cars and a whole bunch of shit. I don't think video games play a big role as much as people think, in my opinion. But that's just me.
Right. Vicky says they're not going to show the demolition, but I think the question was, can they if they request it? And Bobby Old Dude said, and I agree with him, I believe it, that I doubt that they can show the demolition to the jury without showing that it is relevant evidence to the crime. It's a great point, Bobby. Thank you. Welcome,
I mean, but there's a way that she can make it relevant. I mean, it's the destruction of the crime scene.
Yeah, right. Welcome, Draw. Good to have you here tonight. Was police body cam done for the initial response by law enforcement to 1122, and is there police body cam for Brian's arrest in PA? From what we know, that's been an issue. That there is no body cam in PA. We don't know. As far as I know, there's not. And as far as the initial response to 1122, I don't know about that either. I've never heard of it. Never seen it. Never heard of it. So,
but it is in the PCA that they were reviewing body cam footage, so there has to be something.
There would be something, I would imagine. Yeah, right. I agree.
I'm hoping that comes out in trial.
I'm sure it will. And I think a lot of the things that
the 911 call as well.
All of this stuff is going to come out in the trial, in my opinion, and then some. Licity says it desensitizes them to an extent, or it possibly could, but I agree with Willie that I don't think it's causing the issues in kids. Right. Draw again. Research absolutely bears out a direct connection between violent gaming and children. And the Draw, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Draw Latina here is a physician and does know these things. So anything she says, I'm going to take as what it is, just so you guys know. But research absolutely bears out a direct connection between violent gaming and children and adolescent changes in brain development, leading to increased risk and violence. Thank you, Draw. That's a good point. Like I said, being a physician, she has firsthand knowledge and handles that one-on-one, so that makes some sense. Thank you again for that.
I played all the GTAs and never went to go shoot anybody.
Well,
I'm just saying, I can only speak from my experience as a gamer. I played Call of Duty 4, Xbox, GameCube, all that shit back in the day, and
if you already have something predetermined, is what I'm thinking, Willie.
Oh, absolutely.
you know, if there's a predetermined scenario going on, and you add this to it, it's basically adding fuel to the fire in a sense.
Yeah, but see, you look at it like that. I look at it differently. I look at it like this is giving them, you know, kind of that escape to have more of a realistic feel to what they're doing, to maybe subside that shooting that they want to do.
You got to remember too that an adolescent mind is not fully developed yet. So therefore,
fully developed yet, yeah.
If you're engaging or not engaging, but if you're okay, so you take an underdeveloped mind and then you add something to it and stop it right where it's at and give it that as it's growing, it's going to change. In my opinion, it's going to change how that develops.
If we're talking about 5-6-year-old kids that, you know, just game until they're, you know, 8, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you know, some of these kids, it's all they do all day.
And I'm not saying it has an impact on everybody. I'm just saying on some it does.
Oh no, absolutely. Like I said, if there is a predetermined, you know, emotional issue or a mental capacity that's unchanged or not unchanged, I'm sorry, underdeveloped per se, or you have, like my son, for instance, okay? My son is chronic ADHD. He's in the spectrum for autism. He has OCD. We didn't allow him to play games when he was little because of the issues he already had. So with the fact that he's not where he should be, like at 6 years old, he had the, you know, the mentality of like a 3-year-old, basically, in some senses. Right now, for instance, he's 17 and his mentality in my, you know, basically is that of a 12, 13-year-old in some senses too. So when you have that going on already and you put something in there that doesn't need to be there, it's not natural, it's going to alter the ability to grow as it should, in my opinion, for lack of better terminology, if I'm not saying it right. So, you know, I specifically don't believe that, right. That's my point right there. Anybody, kids that are that age, you know, starting school age and stuff like that, should not be getting into these games. That's just my opinion. It doesn't mean it
No,
means
but you have so many parents that, you know, that's the gaming system is a babysitter.
That's exactly what Mandy was saying.
Absolutely.
She named off a handful of kids. Ethan Crumley, Gucci, they were all gamers that were left unattended, and look what happened. So yeah.
And the sad part of it is, it's like my age of people that are raising these kids. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, like
I agree. Did you send me something, Ash, about this? Or is that what it was? Or what are you talking about over here? I'm just making sure. And that is why I think the parents are more the issue than I agree. No, I agree with that. You know, I would not allow Caden to touch a game system till he was like 10 years old. And even then, because his older brothers, because we have 7 kids, they were all mid-range to late age teenagers when he was 10. And thank you, Draw. They in turn showed him, and we explained to him as this all went through when he was learning how to play. He wasn't very good in the beginning. He is now, but you know, and I said, listen, bud, you have to understand, like, this is not real. This is not how things in life go. Because he went through a phase where he was like, he would get upset. Like, I wish things could be this way. I wish things were real in that sense. And I'm like, whoa, okay. This is where we got to talk. Okay. You know, that's why these games exist, son. I said, people that, you know, want certain things to be a way in their life, they do this sometimes as an escape to pretend to be like on Fortnite and stuff like that. That's not realistic. That's not something that's going to ever be realistic. It's something that you're doing as an escape and a hobby, and a hobby to do something for fun. Okay. And you have to understand that, like, nobody's ever going to be able to pick up a gun and go run around doing these kinds of things. He was like, oh, no, I understand that. But I said, do you though? You know? And he did, you know, thank God, because the thing is though, you have to understand, guys, there's children out there that don't get that.
That do not.
That's the scary side of this. Okay. So you know, it's a whole thing.
But it's the parents' fault because they had video games back in the day and none of this shit was going on. So I blame the parents.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. And Heather's saying if every parent sat their kid, the gaming talk is almost more important than having the sex talk with your kids nowadays, you guys.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Seriously. So,
Yeah.
the VR isn't much different than watching on TV, but works better for smaller jury size. Got you. Thank you, Lee John. This is a whole thing, folks, and I've been looking and thinking about doing a show just on this, the whole VR thing, so that everybody understands how it's going to go down. I'm just trying to find the right stuff, because there's not a lot of it out there, and I don't have exacts on what they're going to be using for this, obviously, either. So, you know.
Yeah. Well, listen, man, I'm gonna hop down because I gotta get the kiddo up early in the morning. So I appreciate you having me up, man.
No, always. I appreciate you captivating my audience with your pictures. By the way, they're all happy and loving every bit of it. So,
and you have a good night, man.
Bye, Willie. Have a good night.
Alrighty, see you guys. See you, Chet.
Andy, all right, brother. Take care, bud. I'll talk to you
Good night.
soon. And I think, guys, I'm probably going to be bringing it down to a close too. And I'm absolutely wowed that you jumped up, JC. I know I met you over at the
it's Scarlet's Lost Souls.
Lost Souls, yeah, and I had seen you popping in and out of here. It's wonderful to see you here. I really appreciate you checking us out and hanging out. You jump up here, absolutely appreciate it. So please know that you're welcome anytime for whatever we're covering. This went a little to the left tonight. We were supposed to be really talking about new cases, and of course, here we are. Yeah. So the next show, that's what we're doing, regardless, you guys. So remember that. And you're welcome to jump in for that as well. 17 inches of snow. I don't even want to hear about that.
Yeah, it's snowing here too. Crazy.
Where are you
We're
at
not
again?
supposed to stop in Omaha, Nebraska.
Nebraska, that's right. You said that. Yeah, I don't see any yet. I hope not.
But yeah, like, don't a lot of those games have like discretions on them as well, like age? Yeah, I mean that's for a reason too.
Yes, ma'am.
And
I agree.
you know, first off, the game has the warnings on them, and second off, like, I think more people have to do it the way you did and have the mature conversation about it before jumping into it, so you're on the same page.
Yeah, when you have a child, yes, I just said I saw your message there, Teresa, about the snow. When you have a child that you know is behind per se. Oh, hold that thought. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, everybody. So, as I was saying, if you have a child that you know is behind or is gonna have some issues growing, okay, that is just an automatic scenario. Knowing, and it was for us, my wife and I, knowing that gaming is part of life. It is nowadays. It is what it is, and I knew he was going to be interested in it at some point, so we had to have that talk. Period. You have to understand the difference between reality and non-reality situations. And I'm glad we did, because like I said, he came to me at some point and said, I wish things really were like this in some senses. And it made him sad because it wasn't. And it's like, okay, this is why we do this, because now.
And we might have to take a break.
Yeah, Yeah. And he really wasn't doing it that much at that point. Thank God. And then he just kind of broke away from it himself and went on his own direction. And at this point now, it's like, yay, thank God that we did that, because who knows what could have happened,
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I think all parents, if you have any children that are yes, I am. I said that already once, huh? About the snow. Yes, there it is. But if you do have children that have, and that was something we talked to his doctor about as well, what her thoughts were on it, so on and so forth. And she agreed wholeheartedly. Like, yes, please explain this in your way so that he takes it from you, who he trusts on a daily basis, and understands it coming from you as well. And then thank God he had older siblings that could sit down and kind of differentiate with him the difference and show him the difference between different things. Now, he's never done the whole, he's played VR. He doesn't have it because, like I said, it's stupid expensive, but
Yeah.
he's on the Xbox with the Fortnite, this and that, everything else, but
Mhm.
he knows right and wrong, real and unreal, and things, all that, thank God. But it can be scary, folks. And if you're in that mode,
Yeah.
or if you're in that situation with that, please take that into account and remember it's that important, and it does need to be
Addressed.
it needs to be an issue that is addressed. Absolutely. So yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Oh, hold on. All right. So again, was there anything else that you wanted to add, or any questions or anything you had, JC?
No, I just wanted to, just kind of come up and say how I appreciate you guys, and I like hearing your perspectives and
Thank you.
everything, because I mean,
Thank you.
like I say, and I've said it before, sometimes I feel like I beat the dead horse with this case, but there's always
Everybody.
something that there's so many things that I mean, we talked for how many hours about the year of the car and the
Yeah.
car analysis and everything. So like there's
Yeah.
a lot to be talked about. And those are
Yep.
things that raises questions and need to be
Right.
talked about.
Oh yeah. And listen, the horse has been beaten to death on this one. We all know that. And it's still today,
Oh yeah.
tonight, it will be tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, and the day after, because again, this case is so much different than any other case we've looked at. It's got
It
so
truly
many
is.
things, you know what I mean? So it's gonna happen. I know people are tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm the one that covers it
Oh yeah.
regularly. I'm
Mhm.
tired of it myself, but questions are asked. Answers need to be given in the best way they can. And then other things like this
And
thing
every
tonight.
question and every
Go ahead.
question is valid.
Yes, ma'am. The only question, in my opinion, with this case, or any case for that matter, is the one that you don't ask. That's the only wrong question.
Right.
Because there are so many, and there's so many people that need
Yeah.
answers. So don't feel bad about asking questions to anybody by any means. But like I said, I know everybody's wore out and bored. Like tonight was a little bit of a different angle that we talked about and looked at with this stuff. It wasn't a typical, show of what people do.
No.
There'll be others, okay? And I just wanted to give you guys the document and talk about that. And of course, it took us down that trail. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And for the most part,
But
as I keep stating, and everybody knows, the answers that we're looking for that we cannot get answered, we're probably never going to get the answers to, no matter how much we talk about it, until that trial hits. And that's where I'm looking forward to, is that trial. Because I think that's
right.
where everything I know is
I
going to
think
come.
you and every other big creator out there is the same way.
Yeah. That's where the answers are going to come, guys. We can talk about this for the next 3 years.
50
Until
years.
that
Yeah.
happens, we're not going to get those answers. So
Yeah.
absolutely, Felicity, thank you for your time, your input, and your insight as well. I really appreciate you. Have a
Yep.
great night, Felicity.
Yep. You too. Have a good night, Diego.
All right, JC, have a great night, hon. Thank you again.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I always have to ask my 14 grandson who's he's talking to, who he's playing with, always checking and telling him, oh yeah, we had to go through that too. I've asked him the same thing, like, who's this, who's that, how old is this person, how old is that person? I don't know. Well, you need to ask, because I don't want you hanging out playing with some 52-year-old freak weirdo on this game when you're a 12-year-old kid that doesn't know what he's going to be saying to you. That's the things you got to pay attention to. So yeah, you are right. You are right for sure. So thank you guys. And like I said, guys, my apologies that this went that direction. I really didn't think it was going to, but whatever. It is what it is. It was definitely an interesting show. And I enjoyed it as always. Let me see here. And hopefully tomorrow we will be back to the regularly scheduled time with the regular scheduled Dago. During the day that I got most everything done, and we can do some stuff on some new stuff. I'm very interested in looking into what's going on with Karen Reed's scenario. I don't know about you guys. I know we're behind on it, but either way. And there's some other stuff that, one of the big ones is like, what the hell's going on in Texas, guys? Because there's a lot of stuff going on in Texas. It's an insane amount of stuff. And we're going to be looking into some of that stuff too. So, every one of you guys, I want to thank you guys again for joining us tonight. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys all tomorrow. Anybody that donated anything to the channel, thank you, God, so very, very, very much. You are more than appreciated. Guys, do not change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And I will see you guys. Oh, yeah. The Sarah Boone, that trial, the pre-trial is January 16th. We're going to be on that one, guys, because I followed that case and covered it, and I really want to know what the hell is going to happen with this crazy woman and her 72 attorneys that she's had. So thank you, Sherry, for that. That's a good reminder. So get ready for that one, guys. We're going to be covering that for sure. You guys have an amazing night. I love you guys so very, very much and appreciate you more than you know, and I will see you all so very soon. Bye-bye.